Alright. Let's see here. I did not get the time to completely go over a verification of the 11 or more people who have unverified results.
So what you're saying is we're going to be doing it live.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing about half of them live. The other half, I did a pre-verification, and they should be good. Yeah, a lot of people didn't send me improvements. One of you is echoing.
Yeah, I got rid of it real quick.
Okay,
Sorry.
thanks. All right, I'm gonna run this script one last time to generate the. Oh shoot! I need to not actually. All right. Refresh this. Delete these. I think. And let's see here. All right, I need to go and cross-verify this table to so I can. Some people have pre-verified solutions, so I'm just doing that right now, real quick. Fun fact: first place did not change for quite some time. Yeah.
First place, but I was the first to submit. That tells me something. I hope I win. I did a lot of try hard.
I'm suspicious that tells me something too, because I didn't submit till a day or two ago.
Yeah, things will be very interesting. So as people have kind of figured out already, / we've posted about this already, maximum throughput is 5/36. Biggie Mac, while I'm doing this, I think you might be interested in talking about that.
Yeah. So I had to develop a lot of theory, and the best thing I can do is link an Imgur album where I did write it all up in like text and pen and paper. But the general idea behind it is you can use quicksilver twice per cycle if you're upgrading a metal twice, or if you're upgrading silver to gold and there's something else to bond the second quicksilver to.
Yep.
So you can get a double proc, which is what we were calling it, whenever you can put a metal on the projection side that can go up by 2, or whenever you put a silver on the projection side and any metal on the bonder side and you move them both off on the next cycle. That doesn't cover for all the extra single quicksilvers you will need out in the puzzle, because you will have 1 quicksilver per center, and 1 quicksilver needed to get lead to tin, and 1 quicksilver needed to get iron to copper. So you need 3 soul quicksilvers and only have 2 golds in the output suite to get that free extra quicksilver off of. So you have to either use a wand, which costs a double proc, or purify for one of those 2 extra upgraded metals, which costs a metal. So if you do some balancing, and that one's just a whole system of equations, you find out that every 4 times you build an output missing a double proc with a wand, you then take 1 lead and you can purify that one. And so you make 5 outputs, 4 of which are using only projection, 1 of which is using a single purification. So for all the max throughput solutions, they'll place 1 purification glyph, and it will act once in a 36 cycle span, just upgrading 2 leads into tin.
Mm-hmm.
That at least covers all of the material. Whether you can assemble wheels cost efficiently at that speed and use the inputs at that speed, that's up to whether you can design a really, really good solution. But the theory does say 36 cycles, 5 outputs each.
The professional mathematician in me says, well, okay, so the rest of it is, can you actually build wheels and stuff at that speed? But that's implementation details.
Yeah, the proof is left as an exercise to the contestant.
Which I'm actually kind of glad we had the 2 weeks, because I was feeling under the weather the past couple of days, and also actually doing implementation took longer than I was expecting, but I managed to pull through it. Managed to pull throughput it. Aha.
Yeah, I was eventually, like, as I was writing it up, I was realizing, well, because you get quicksilver 4 times as often as lead, because you're grabbing lead every 2 cycles like a normal person, but you're flying quicksilver through the 4th dimension like a overlap cheater,
Mm-hmm.
then it makes sense that it's a 4-to-1 ratio between a 4-to-1 ratio between outputs made that don't use a purifier and outputs made that do.
Mm-hmm.
But I still needed the system of equations to convince myself.
One of the things that really bugged me about throughput this week, and I kind of ranted to Brookie about this already, but if you could get 2 quicksilver per cycle, not locked up in the glyph, but you just had it,
It'd be a perfect 1 in 7.
Yeah, 2 to 7. But yeah, it'd be a perfect 2 to 7 with just projection. And and the fact that you can't reach that because it's not simply 2 quicksilver every cycle, but it's 2 quicksilver every cycle locked up in an overlap cage thing.
Yep.
And you're like, it could
Yeah,
have been great.
So one of the things in the Ender album, which I will link it on the Twitch stream so that people who have, like, they're hearing me talk about this, but they're not in Discord because they're trying to avoid spoilers. If you don't mind the spoiler of my solution, that is in the comments now. That also includes 7 pages of write-up, which are just a couple of, here are evident truths, here's a system of equations. It comes out saying n equals 36 cycles, O equals 4 outputs made with purification or projection only, P equals 1 output made with projection. Purification. I get them backwards. Voidify is asking about 1 to X. So the first thing in that album is a 1 to 8 that I built on day 1 in about 460 gold because I wanted to just trial and error before I started to make proofs, but I realized it was just barely not max throughput if you went 1 to 8, so I was like, okay, fine, I'll do theory.
Yeah, the reason why I toyed around with you and really wondered if 1 to 7 was possible is because I felt like you do a lot of like really intense theory stuff, and if there was one person who I could talk to and see if I can coerce into getting a 1 to 7, it was you.
Yeah, I figured that at the beginning, so I had kind of relayed this all to Brookie and DMs as well, but Starfish says, oh, max throughput's not that bad actually, and I basically tell Brookie he's thinking it's 1 and then Jimmy says, I don't think the calculation is that hard, and I relate to Gritty, they think it's 1 in 7.
Yeah, 1 to 7 is... If you just assumed naively that you could double proc every single cycle off of Quicksilver, then 1 to 7 is the theoretical limit. But you can't double proc every...
Yeah. In the output. You need 3 different things that require a free Quicksilver. And the only thing I was thinking, like, is there somehow a way to, like, stick a Quicksilver onto the glyph as it's procking, drop it, and somehow triple proc in a cycle and get lead to copper to make up for a lead to tin on a previous, but that's not how the glyphs work. They only go twice per cycle, so you can't. And the way that I like to think of a cycle is between movements, so it's not like what it looks like when you press tab. Just between movements, you can only touch the same metal because you're not moving anything between movements.
And that's what really messes up the achieving the perfect 2 to 7 is that you can double project, but you can't double wand it out.
Oh, hold up a second. I almost did something really bad. I need to go and hide what I have in plan for week 9.
Hide that.
Almost forgot. Yeah, I need to go into custom and move this week 9 puzzle away. All right, let's try this again. Let's see. All right, here we go. Yeah, so this is here just to help me with verification. Technically, we don't actually need to, just double checking that this imported all of them. Okay. Technically, we don't need to have this here, but it helps to verify because if we don't, it, things will run into completion. Yeah, I actually haven't modified the puzzle file to kind of have a really large number of outputs. I probably should do that, actually. Because technically we're not going to be running this to completion. What do you guys think?
So I don't mind seeing them run without the products count or cycle count updating like they would in the game, but if you want one to update, I would like the other to update as well.
Okay. In that case, I will just quickly pass this through a hex editor. Alright, I need to go find Jinyu's. What was it? There was a thing to modify to change the number of outputs required. At the end of the puzzle file from 01 0000000 to OF. Save. Okay. Yeah, I don't think my computer liked what I was trying to do. Alright, let me just... Alright. Save as... Replace, yes. And now let's see if this works. It only shows 270. Huh. Oh well, that's good enough. Most of these are fine. Yeah. Alright. In which case, I'm going to put Twitch Studio on one of these, and then this is unverified results. Alrighty. Alrighty.
Could you share through Discord?
Ah, yes.
Stream?
Thank you for reminding me.
Awesome. And I can watch the more up-to-date version. Yeah, watch stream. For once, I feel like I definitely have primaries.
Alright.
Mr. Poe, you are quite quiet.
Hmm?
I have you max volume in Discord, and I can still sometimes barely hear you.
All right, I'll try to make sure I talk a bit louder. As I said, I've been feeling under the weather lately.
Oh, that makes sense. Some people in Twitch chat are saying they can hear you just fine, so Brookie's picking you up better than I am. I might just need to turn my volume up.
I'll make sure to.
You are on the other side.
Alright. So as you can see, I've managed to remove all the preceding numbers. Ta-da!
Mystery.
So we're gonna start off. Oh, am I loud? I'll just turn my mic down a little. Alright, so we're actually gonna be starting with MPEAT. This is actually not an area solve, but it is essentially an optimized area solve with a couple more arms. He did mention to me that he didn't really have time to finish one of these, so it's a little unfortunate. All right.
No wait, that means my showcase solution has worse throughput than Steve then.
Oh, showcase solutions are not. I don't do showcase solutions until the very end.
Yep. But
So
we'll see that later then.
So by going through this, you can see that this is one output set per every 50 cycles. Yeah, this is kind of more like area put a hole in the side and the Crotelias. Yeah, well.
Alfed.
Yes, Kupiala, one of the things that you could have done is you can grab the quicksilver and then drop it to only make it project once.
Exactly, yeah. This shows that tech, and it comes up because it's projecting after movement but before it grabs in the general case, but grabbing prevents that projection from happening.
Yeah, I think I might have showcased this in the week 6 explanation video. I'm sorry if you didn't manage to get this, but that is one of the ways you can force a single projection. Yeah.
It's tricky for trying to go fast though, because Arm 2 needs to be able to grab the quicksilver in order to do that, which means it needs to be sitting there. And if you double consumed quicksilver the previous cycle, there will be nothing there to grab.
All right. So, yeah. Sorry about that. I do realize that it's a little bit tight on time, and unfortunately, MP just didn't really manage to get a throughput solved to me. So there we go.
Some people just taking 2 weeks to mean 2 weeks off and not 1 week of work in 2 weeks.
Believe Starfish also did something like that, but anyway. Steven is up next. Okay.
You follow the arrow.
I like the arrows.
I'm wondering what everything else is going on.
There's a pivot arm.
Okay.
This is his area solution because it's not his throughput solution.
Ooh, I like that.
Or no,
Oh.
did he end up
Oh.
using it?
Oh,
Yes, he did end up
Yeah.
giving me a throughput and an area solution. They are actually different.
Okay.
ooh.
I can dig it.
Okay, so this one, it's like one of those things that like adds up one by one. It's like, you know, the first lead has like 1 quicksilver, then the next one has 2, and the next one has 3. So that's makes this part really easy to digest and understand. And while that's going on, you have 1 lead here that's just being projected all the way. Where's the iron?
It's sitting to the, or no? I thought
I
I
don't
saw
think it's
somewhere.
used. Oh, no, it is.
It's sitting somewhere. No, there it is. Found it. I knew I saw it somewhere.
Just ditching him. High speed ditching.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. But yeah, let's take a look at this. This is 700 cycles, 35 cycles for 2 outputs or 1 output set, because this is one output and the other gold thing. Here is another output. Because of the rules for this week, yes, I forced a repeat condition, aka you had to return to the same state every single tape loop just to make verification easier. It's just like I need to be able to alt click and then count the products, and if your throughput changes with every single tape loop, then that makes it really difficult for me to figure out throughput, especially since we had 30-ish scoring players this week. So yeah. All right. So now we're gonna get to solutions where we're actually getting to faster throughput. Coming up next is Kupioala.
Nice. Good to see them submitting consistently.
Mm-hmm.
So we are
4661. This is a 15 cycle loop.
Let's see. I'm trying to figure out what we were doing regarding the glyph, because it looks like the quicksilver is visible a lot of times. So there's a grab on it. Okay, it is manually upgrading iron to copper and then letting double procs handle silver and gold.
Yes.
Meanwhile, lead and tin are made from the purification glyph only. So it's building 1 output pair per 15. All right.
Indeed. There's a lot of actually I was gonna say there's a lot of piston arms on track loops here. I don't actually think that is. I'm not sure if that's actually savable. I'm not completely sure though.
There are 4 different atoms being handled there, 4 that go onto the wheel, and each one gets its own piston.
That does make things simpler. Yeah.
That's at least the straightforward programming here.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm looking at the iron input is being used 5 times because the 4 that go onto the wheel and then the 1 that isn't the cold output. So yeah, I see it as it's using the thing 5 times in 15 cycles. So there's some dead time there, and it's also not using lead input enough, and the mystery of how you use the quicksilver often enough is just being left. But it is making the outputs, and it's a 15 cycle loop, so it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. And this is actually one of the pre-verified... Ooh. Oh, never mind. Yeah, this is one of the pre-verified solutions. I was going to say there's a discrepancy, but the only reason why there is because there's an extra cell output here. Actually, I'm just going to go and get rid of this because we don't need it anymore. Because the thing was already bumped up to a very large number of outputs, so it doesn't complete. All right. Coming up next with tied throughput, actually, is Guzumi.
2 people at 15 cycles. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll see that there were actually a lot of ties this week. So here we can see the double procking on the projection a lot. But there's a very long time where right here the quicksilver is not being used at all. So
They're also building the gold from a copper which is made from purifying.
Mm-hmm.
They take copper and project it twice to gold so that it can leave in one cycle and not flow down their machine. This goes against the purification theory of always purify your lowest value metals, but it's not the only thing that is suboptimal about the solution throughput-wise. It is still a very clean loop, and I think for a lot of people we'll see at the beginning, programming a clean loop is still, like, comparatively a challenge in this game, comparing, like, if you want to design a loop to hit a target throughput, that takes a disgusting amount of intuition, but if you're just trying to program a loop to solve a puzzle, getting that loop count lower might involve going against optimal theories.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that's Kuzumi's solution verified. Coming up next is a new entrant to this tournament. Actually, his name is Canna David.
Welcome to the tournament.
I mean, you can get max throughput with purification of iron. Really?
I don't think that's only true if there's no interaction between lead and iron. But in this, you end up, at least in my description of it, you have to project the lead twice to iron 7 times. And I'm pretty sure that becomes not valid if you reverse them.
I think it's possible. Maybe.
Showcase solution time, but I mean, maybe not one that was actually submitted. One that we design in the coming weeks.
I mean, I was forced to purify lead, but that's because I generated all copper from tin. So
but I guess that makes sense. Yeah, true. That's the lead.
Yeah.
It's just lead to iron deferred by 1 step.
Yep.
I'm curious to see all these solutions that I'm hearing theories behind. Everyone kind of had to develop their theory from scratch this week. Meanwhile, the actual puzzle at hand from the new player candidate.
Yeah, so this is the tape length is actually 26, and it's making 2 output sets every tape length.
1 over 13.
You can see arms 3 and 4 are exchanging positions each tape loop just to cut down the looping time.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we are at 1 over 13 now. Definitely not a bad showing at all for someone just getting into the tournament. So welcome, and
it's pretty cheap. I think,
yes,
and compact.
This isn't the cheapest I've gotten, but actually, this, yeah, Guzumi's was 5 gold cheaper. But so far, yes, it is on the Pareto frontier of being 13 throughput and 295. Yeah, Hutobi. Yeah, I skipped yours because you only had a area solve. Username Void also had an area solve. There's one person who sent me a solution um, without proper solution name, so we'll be taking a look at that after first place, because I don't know how they place at all.
Do it live.
Yep. Coming up next is Chickens in the Attic. So here's where we get to sort of complicated machines.
Oh my.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
I see track loops and lots of repeat instructions. They're doing the same thing that they did in Amalgamated Gold Ring. They have a lot of multipliers. What is lead doing? It's purifying all the way to iron? Oh, because it's making an odd one out with just purification somehow.
Sorry, give me a quick sec. 22 to 30. And it's 48 cycle loop, so that's going to be 8 every 48.
1 every 6.
Or it's 1 every 12 because I'm counting the products, not output sets. So yeah, it's 1 over 12.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Alright. Now that I've gotten that verified.
Yeah, so it has a main pipeline and a second pipeline. Main pipeline looks like it's every 16, and the second pipeline looks like it's every 4 times. Or
Here,
every
let me
3 times the main
see.
pipeline runs, so it turns it into 1 in 12 net. But the amount of purification going on off to the side is kind of fascinating.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if I can move my screen in a way that makes this more comprehensible, but it's just slightly too big.
Could you rotate everything? And then hit that 4 button?
I'm not sure if that actually helps.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, these solutions are just enough bigger than it needs to fit on your screen.
Come on, Luna, get on that zoom out mod. Come on.
I didn't find it that big.
Yeah, this top loop is a lot of... It's meant to extract the lead at maximum throughput and get some of this quicksilver out. Unfortunately, it doesn't get enough quicksilver out. Yeah. The iron is being used...
relying on purification for so much of it that it becomes metal limited to 1 in 12, while that's pretty far before the maximum.
Mm-hmm.
That quicksilver glyph can be used to a disgusting degree.
Yep.
I'm curious what arm 8 needs to be a 6 arm for. Oh, it's grabbing.
Yes.
It's a grabber arm.
It also limits the projection, yeah.
Yeah, it's trying to grab to prevent quicksilver from over projecting, but that also then costs the entire 4 quicksilver you could have gotten before that drop, or at least 3. I think one of the tenets in my Ender album was every time you grab the quicksilver, you're costing 3 double procs right there.
Oof.
So avoid grabbing because you want to get maximal double.
Yeah. Wanding is a friend.
Yeah, wanding is just 1 missed double proc. Grabbing is 3 misses, and then using a double proc is no misses.
It's not even a missed double proc if you wand it off when you're doing silver to gold, because that quicksilver is just going to sit there anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yep. Alright. Just double check the outputs are being made 1 to 1. It is. Alrighty. Coming up next is another tie, actually. This one I have verified already. And that is... if I can find it.
I know that Voidify said that he had a 1 in 12.
Yes. Voidify is the other 1/12. With much less machinery. This is more than twice as cheap.
You don't have to make 2 pipelines if you use the quicksilver a little bit more thoroughly, yeah.
Yes, you can get a rough idea of the throughput by watching how fast the quicksilver goes. 1 track off optimal
Golden glow
cost.
is on the projector side.
Pardon?
How much golden glowing is happening on the projector side?
Input go brr.
Yeah. Yeah, you could have gotten a lot of you could have gotten a lot of projection done with this puzzle. It's pretty amazing what some of the higher tier players have done with this puzzle. I'm very impressed. One thing that I do have to admit is when I actually released this puzzle more than 2 weeks ago, I actually did not know what maximum throughput was. I knew that it was going to be a very interesting exercise to do, and that I'm kind of exploring, like, unseen waters and lands, and that's kind of what I did, and I'm very happy that I received this many good solutions.
You knew that 1 and 7 was the hard limit for maxing everything without caring whether it was possible, right? Though
Yes, I knew that much.
You didn't know what the trade-offs to actually take when you were working with double procs were.
I was thinking 1 and 7 was theoretically maximum, but
Like a upper bound.
yes, but I wasn't sure how many people would get it, or if it was actually possible, which is kind of my, this is interesting, have at it. I knew that 1 and 8 was definitely possible and easy. I did a calculation on what percentage of the double procs you had to use to get such and such, and I was like, okay, 1 and 8 should be easy and straightforward. 1 and 7, you have to double proc 100% of the time. I don't know if that's possible. So
somewhere between 7 and 8 was the target, and you landed there. Which is funny, because when I built the amalgamated gold ring for week 2 in the other tournament, I wanted 1 and 8 to be almost good enough. And so, we targeted the same, 1 and 8 is almost good enough idea. We both also had the true number is 7 with some decimals.
But yours was a lot more terrible ratio.
Yeah, mine made people code for 160, but mine didn't force people not to use conditionals. So at least I remember some people didn't recycle lupins. So
yeah. All right, coming up next is Monster Racer, and this is actually another.
Oh.
This is another solution that I have pre-verified.
So it's faster than 1 and 12.
We take a direct jump to 1 and 8 now. This is 1 and 8.
We're on the 1 and 8.
Yep.
Okay.
There are a lot of people tied.
16, so 2 things. All right.
So it comes down to cost.
Unfortunately, this was the highest cost of the 1 and 8s.
Oh, it's really big. There's lots of arms. There's lots of pistons.
Yeah, so we can see here, gold is being made. Sometimes not quite gold is being made through the projection here. This lead is being used to wand off this quicksilver. Yeah, there's some interesting collision, as you can see. Mostly because when this thing drops and projects, there's how do I explain this? It's how the game does its ordering of operations. When Arm 12 drops, it projects before movement. There is no quicksilver on the thing during the movement over. Therefore, this tin, or this lead that gets converted into a tin, doesn't crash. And then at the end of movement, the new quicksilver spawns in and then gets instantly projected into that lead to create the tin. So that's how that mechanic there works. It looks weird, but yes, you could have done this.
So the number of double procs that you can miss and still get a 1 in 8 solution is 5. And,
I am gonna have to double check, but I'm gonna presume you're right.
and Monster is using up 3 of them by grabbing once, which is really funny for me to see. Because, like, when I build my 1 in 8, it's like, yeah, okay, I'm missing 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and then 2 here. But like Monster's like, give it a
Warp.
squeeze. 3 come out right here.
Ooh, it ended. Alright. Well, here's the, it's a pretty straightforward assembly process. The tin, which is made using projection here, gets moved all the way down for the very final thing here. Yeah.
Oh, that. Yep. Tin handoff.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, Brookie. Arm 29 looks like it's a conditional arm at the bottom, but it's just doing extra work to fly.
Yeah. I mean, so are all these arms.
Oh, true. They're all operating every 4. Some of them are.
Lazy programming. I like it.
Yeah. It's 2 output sets every
16, yeah.
16. Yep. Alright. Monster Racer. Coming up next is Communist Mountain. There's another grab drop arm right there.
Yeah, so there is.
So I think this is the same algorithm. Yeah, exactly the same algorithm, actually. Yeah, you've got the lead projection or purification into tin right there that goes into this, and then you've got the everything else is being made through the projection glyph here.
And the grab is so that it can make copper. That's interesting. That makes sense because everything else can just hang out. So the other 2 misses of the 5 allowed are from gold, not like just from saturating on gold, basically.
I like that quick assembly of the wheel.
Yeah, don't spend more cycles because then that means spending more arms to carry it for those cycles.
Yeah, this solution is a lot less costly than the previous one.
What's the speed on this one, like the cycle count without the extra output count? I'm curious who the fastest was, even if that wasn't the goal.
It's
58.
58, yeah, that's fast. My 1 in 8 was 67.
I think this is actually the fastest solution for cycles that was submitted, but I mean...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, nobody was focusing on it.
Setup and latency. I was like, how is it going faster? Oh, yeah, no setup.
Yeah. I remember Communist Mountain said in Discord that they were just going for a cycle solve and then making it cheap and figuring that it would do well in Coft because of that.
Well, it went pretty well. Only problem is Throughput was unfortunately better than 1 in 8. Alright.
Or everyone else is just cheaper, but I don't think that's the case.
Coming up next.
We have spoiled it.
Flame Haze. I don't know why this time it didn't import in
Flame Haze is towards the bottom.
Oh, at the
solution
bottom?
called cycles.
Oh, here it is. Wow, I missed that. Pretty long setup. Let me just quickly count this. 48 to 64 is 16 cycles.
What is all this? Quicksilver just
Alright.
floating around in the world.
Let's take a look here.
All the wands. I love it. I love R2 so much.
Yeah. Wizardry.
So I think this is... I think... I can't remember if most solutions we've seen so far are projection first or bonder first, and if this is a new one. I
This
don't
one is
remember.
Many of the ones that we've seen so far. I haven't checked 100%, but this one is another one that has projection act before bonding, and it's using that fact to actually get the gold plus wand.
Yeah.
Like you can pause on some of the cycles where gold is or where silver is sitting on the unbonder, and the wand is being created on that cycle. So they are using 100%. They're using double procs that some of the 1 in 8 miss, basically.
Ooh, that's very, very cool. So, Arm 1, which is used to set up the wands, has only grabs on cycles that are double projecting, so it never crashes.
Nice.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so
the
like...
grab that it would have done is not going to cause a problem.
Yeah, look at that. That's...
Excellent.
Brilliant solution crafter, you.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
That's good setup.
Didn't have quite as much of the math hard work to get down to minimum, but this as a 1 in 8 is really pretty.
Mm-hmm.
And compact. It fits on the screen.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Alrighty. Coming up next is Bambi. Solution name, of course.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah, I was... there's actually a... Sorry?
The smiley face of equilibriums.
Oh, okay. I for a sec there, I was like, I don't see it, and I'm like, oh, I see it. Yeah, this is Bambi's solution now. Yes, previous solution was Flame Haze. This is actually another one that I have pre-verified.
This looks a ton like my starting solution. I really like the idea of pivoting a lead on that bonder to generate the wands while you're needing them. That pivot wand is
yes.
the idea you want for this to make it efficient.
Oh, it just looks really good.
Create a useful shuriken. And there's a lot of cough ideas here with the 6-arm as well.
Yes.
Whenever you can have a 6-arm be part of transport at multiple different positions around the 6-arm.
Oh, you mean number 5?
Yes.
Yeah, and I also, the area saved is really good too, because they're putting a lot of machinery inside the big old area that it's taken up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Overall, I also like this double handoff into the outputs. That's just clean. It's just so clean.
Like, I was looking at the outputs with the 6-arm carrying both pieces that are bonded together but unbonded at the end. I'm looking at the spinning pivot to get the wands out. Those are both ideas I used in my 1 day. So, like, this is familiar to me without having made it.
Coming up next. Let's see here. I scrolled past them for sure. Pentapig. Pentapig ran out of time. He mentioned to me that he was working on a throughput solution, and he was working on a 5 out of 36, but he couldn't get the last bit done, unfortunately. So he ended up with this solution.
A fallback solution where he clearly knew 5 to 36 could be done, but he needed to build a 1 in 8 just to get something onto the boards.
Yep.
That's going to be significant in the overall point standings.
That is, actually, because Pentapig was leading by 2 points. a little bit more than 2 points over second place, and I don't know what he will be leading by after this. So, indeed, interesting stuff.
An upset in the future?
I will not say what gold he was at with his last prototype. That is big spoilers.
A little too ambitious. The 1 or the 2 week in this case time limit is killer.
Mm-hmm.
To measure your ambitions and make fallbacks that are as good as you can make them.
Coming up next, Jojo. Too simple to be max. That is correct.
Oh.
Yeah, this week is really another very interesting week.
A lot of variety.
Indeed. So there's some very interesting construction of this going on, where instead of pretty much all solutions I've seen thus far have been project first, then make this shape, but Jojo, make the shape first and then project.
I like that. Less machinery. You can use like all the benefits a 6-arm gives you. A pivoting a 6-spoked wheel gives you as well, without needing to place a 6-arm.
Yep. And I like the assembly line because it's throughput. Latency is who cares?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, being able to do this, I think, helped a lot with reducing costs. So, oh yeah, yes, we are still at 1 to 8. We are actually in top page already. We were in top page as of Flame Haze's solution. Yeah. Coming up next is Goodbye Galaxy. So,
385.
yes.
That's very cheap. I'm impressed.
This is the cheapest 1 every 8 that I received, actually. Neuture actually also sent in a 385 1 to 8. This is actually 1 cycle less and about 30 less area. 32 less area, actually. But unfortunately, I do not have that solution loaded, and I would have to go and figure out which of his 3 solutions it is.
I assume it's not shown here because he also then got faster or better throughput.
Yeah, he got better throughput in the end. So let's take a look.
It doesn't surprise me that Goodbye Galaxy would be someone to make a very cost-effective 8-cycle loop, because they're also the sum optimizing, like the one of the biggest sum optimizers right now. So they're really familiar with the high utilization tactics. Using the Quicksilver as a wand is just a really smart setup that saves a lot of effort against other issues. And it does mean that you can desync the track like this, like ARM1's programming is doing, to allow the setup to also be the wand creation and or the wand use in the future.
Yeah, this is just... I very much like how this solution is. It's compact. I know it doesn't have the best throughput, unfortunately, but everything is just used efficiently, and that's just kind of a thing with some optimization. But yeah, Very nice solution.
I'd like to tab through this one cycle at a time to see whether they're using gold plus bond or whether they're specifically not using gold plus bond, and that is the reason.
Nope.
Yeah, if the gold is on it, they never have something on the other side. So it's just a misunderstanding of the limits.
Still don't know why it's called the Pope.
I'm also wondering why it would be called the Pope. Brookie, are you muted? I'm not hearing you.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I can't figure out why it's called the Pope either.
He's saying it's because Arm 2 is making the Arm 2 making the timing is a miracle.
Gotcha. It just does its thing. It has one cycle where it drop it off.
No.
You could just use a 6-arm, right?
That's more expensive.
That's true. That's true. Okay, alright. Coming up next is, Neuter, actually.
So across to a new...
Are we at 536 now?
We are... So, actually, I'm curious what you guys think we're dropping down. So, we're dropping down from 1 every 8, or... Let's say period, because period makes more sense, and that's what I'm actually reading at. So 5 to over 36 is 7.2 average cycles per output, or period. Okay. We were at 8 period just with Goodbye Galaxy solution. So where do you think we're headed to now?
Oh, I read somewhere on the...
There's the poll that had some intermediate numbers. But my thought is, if you make an odd one out pipeline using either 2 quicksilver or 1 lead, 1 quicksilver freed per a loop, I think it takes you... calculated it. It was something like 12 loops to build another one, so it would be 1 extra output per something larger cycle, so it would be like 7.6.
I'm going to guess 7.5 because that's what I saw in the Opus Magnum channel a little while ago.
Yeah, it is 7.5.
Yes.
Yep. It's a 15 cycle loop, which is interesting, and it makes 2 outputs every 15 cycles. This is another pre-verified solution. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Nice.
So it actually only grabs the metals 14 cycles worth of time, and it loses a cycle to not being able to grab the metals at top speed if its period is 15.
Indeed, which is interesting, because theoretically that means you could have increased the period to 30 and gotten an extra lead and iron out every single time.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that the 8s had no obvious inefficiency because they were just underusing quicksilver, but now that we're under 8, we immediately find an obvious inefficiency of underutilizing metal.
7.5 maximum for no purification?
I didn't ever calculate that. There are lots of arbitrary restraints or constraints you could put on the problem and make it slightly worse.
37. How would you do that? If you wanted to skip a purification, you would need 38. I think 5 out of 38 would be maximum if you did no purification. Because instead of the purification, you need another quicksilver, so you need another input grab.
I don't trust making any claims about what's the max without purification, but it doesn't use it, and it's 2 and 15, so that means 5 and 38 cannot be correct, because that's 5 and 37.5.
Well, we're gonna continue on to the next one. Tweedledee
So
actually.
that was 550 cost at 2 and 15. I'm curious if there are other.
No, actually, that was the only solution at 7.5 period. Tweedledees is
Saying 86T on the title of the solution, and that's already a concerning.
yeah. Oh no.
I remember Tweedledee's amalgamated gold ring solution was also the only one at its ratio. I think they just have a different idea on how to compute it. Comes out a little off. It's better than the naive minimum, but it's a nightmare to program.
Oh no, indeed. Worst comes to worst, I might have to just verify the solution later. Okay, let's run this through once and see what cycles and products it's at.
So busy. Except for the stuff on the right here.
The programming on this.
The problem is, this... Does it run to 180? That doesn't... Wait, what?
Huh?
179? Wait, that's 180 in 688 cycles? Yes, I am lagging, and I am trying to calculate what throughput this is. 688 divided by 180 is... Oh, technically not 180.
No, yeah, you haven't gotten it into steady state, so you don't have.
Right. So this is a problem.
You have to double the output count.
Yeah, I need to make the product's output bigger to be able to actually be able to figure out how many outputs this is, because the output count is gonna... What's gonna happen is this, and then if I hit continue editing, neither the cycle count or the product count updates. So, yeah.
Wait a second. I got a counter here. if you can set it to the first cycle.
Okay, I'm gonna run this.
I'm gonna count wheels. Wait, no. You should have it. You should have it so that it's already finished the level, so that we know it's in a steady state.
So what you said is that 688 cycles?
Yes, the tape length is
says
688.
Jeez.
And it said that it's 86T, which would mean that it's every 8 if you divide those numbers, but that can't be right.
That's well, it's also definitely not right. It's also definitely not right because the products went up to 180, which means it was 90 output sets in the 688 cycles. So I don't think it's 86T either.
Do we know that it's producing at equal ratios?
Oh, that's.
Oh no.
Because it could be.
That's a very good point.
Or something.
Yes, that's actually a very good point. That might be it.
This one requires different tactics than we have been using so far to verify, but I like to watch it so I can get a sense of what it's doing just by watching. It's definitely an every 8 loop with an odd one out pipeline, but I don't know what that odd one out pipeline is built with.
I think my frame rate is so slow that, yeah, I have to hold down my spacebar to get it to register.
Yeah, it's an every 8 loop that has an excess lead sometimes, and an excess quicksilver other times. So it's literally doing what I had just mentioned when we were wondering what was the next thing after 8. It's basically extracting some amount of excess, but it's not using it efficiently because it's single procking every time to get that quicksilver. It's not ever using double procs to build that odd one out output. So if you pan over to the right, you can see what's going on. It's gradually extracting elements from its every pipeline and building a wheel very gradually out of it. And that one extra wheel, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's also making one extra gold in that loop.
Right, that's the problem.
It's making an extra wheel per 300 and something cycles. No, that's the second one, and it's just not reached 400. So it's making extra wheels, but if it's not making extra gold, those extra wheels are meaningless. I don't see a way it would be able to get extra gold because that glyph is covered in a very period. Oh wait, I saw Arm 22. Move a gold in. Arm 22 saves the day.
I don't know how you... Oh. Oh. Yeah, you are more observant than I am.
So yeah, Arm 22 and the Auto Out pipeline, they're both creating extra outputs. So it's better than 1 and 8. But I don't know if I can use any of the methods that are available to us right here and now to give a decisive answer on it.
Could you alt-click to the first cycle?
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to alt-click to the first cycle, and then we can count how many times ARM 22 and ARM whatever 25 and the extra
31.
Oh no.
But ARM 22 is acting constantly, so we can't actually watch it.
Right, but we can see when it grabs onto a gold.
Right, because the gold will show up on that equilibrium glyph.
Okay, I am at cycle number 1.
I'll watch the wheel output.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Well, if we can count to the same number, we're good.
Ready when you guys are.
Oh, sorry. There was one that happened already.
I counted it.
Okay. Ready, set. Oh no. Sorry, I didn't hold spacebar down long enough.
Hold spacebar.
Ready?
We're doing it live.
Very large construction groups as well, my names, not just very large chains.
Ready, set.
People wondering why lots of instructions might cause lag. I think there's an accidentally n-squared thing going on here. Some lookup is querying the size of the instruction, and that's an O event operation accidentally, something like that. I assume people tapping clickers don't care if I'm talking.
I am watching ARM 22. Did you get that?
Yep.
Yeah, I might be off by a few because the stream lagged for me, but I got 93.
I got 92. Odd 6 out.
I accidentally looped a little bit too long, and there was one extra output.
I'm calling it 92.
Which would be just 7.47. That's better than 2 and 15. Yeah, it's an odd 6 out per 86 inputs, which is absurd.
That is
But it's
what
better.
Tweedledee reported to me is 7.4782609. Yeah.
Exactly. So 6
But-
extras from an odd one out pipeline per 86 of the main pipeline is just a horrendous ratio. That comes from trying to do inefficient assembly of the other output because of not using double procs at any point.
But you know what? It's better than 7.5.
It sure is.
And that's what matters.
Yeah, I'm going to mark this as mostly good. I need to go and double check this again, but yeah. How do I mark this? I'm gonna mark this purple because it's just such a special case. One other person sent me a solution that was similarly horrendous. And they're coming up next, actually. If I can
Fun.
even get out of this thing. There we go.
I'm ready.
Yeah. The odd ones out thing is a fun.
Yeah.
Bad.
It's okay. It's okay. Coming up next is Madmaster 5000. So,
Ooh,
if I
gonna
remember correctly, okay, so this one actually isn't lagging that much. Let me double check. So
5 arms.
let me quickly check what the ratio was.
This is expensive, 2130, but it also looks like it's only on the order of 70 instructions, which has me wondering if this is the start of our optimal.
No, it is not. Let me just quickly double check.
13 and 96.
Right, okay, so here's the thing. Madmaster actually talked about something about having a conditional solution that does 716 every 5,280.
No.
Yeah, so
Which is better than this. Very, very slightly better than this.
yeah, I don't remember if this is his conditional or non-conditional solution, because technically the non-conditional or the conditional solutions are kind of disqualified because of the rules. Let's just see if we can verify this, actually.
Yeah, so what it says and what he's saying in the Twitch comments is that it's 13 and 96, which makes me think it's an every 8 with one extra output coming out every 12 main outputs.
Well, it is 69 or 96. It is
Yeah.
96. So
Okay,
And
I'm
that's a
gonna assume
The
that
ratio
it
you gave us was
has.
5.
I'm gonna assume that it has started up now, so I'm gonna do the cycles and products. So cycles at 192, products is at 34. So 288 minus 192 is 96, and 60 minus what was it?
34.
Yeah,
34. Yeah, so it's 13. Yeah, so this is 13 to 96. Alrighty.
So this is 7.38. The other ratio you told us was 7.37. So he made it 0.01 better by making it illegal.
Unfortunately, that would not have made a difference. Maybe very,
Those are
very
like primary
slight
metric.
primary metric, but not a placement score difference. Alright, well, in that case, thank you very much for not submitting the the 5,280 non-conditional version that is marginally better.
We are not doing it live.
Yeah, that I will make this up to you. I'll do something. But yeah, thank you very much for not submitting that. Now let's actually take a look at what's going on with this solution. It's very big, so I need to figure out where the inputs are.
Lead inputs bottom left.
Yes, and the iron input is here. Where is the quicksilver? Oh, it's here. Alright, let's take a look.
Oh wait. Is this way?
Yeah, we're putting chains next to the thing. Some of them are double proc, some of them are single proc.
Yes. Yeah.
This is really intense. It's also very visibly using the gold plus wand. You can see
Yes.
silver being shuffled onto the left while other sticks are being shuffled onto the right.
Oh man, that projection line though.
It's beautiful.
And yeah, it's extracting one lead and one quicksilver to make an odd one out pipeline, because that's its excess by using this assembly. If you watch over on the right, there's some odd one out going on.
Yes. Yeah, so this is the part that would have been the extra output odd one out thing. Yeah, this one just...
He's an odd one out for his odd one out pipeline, and that's why it became a 4-digit number on the tape loop.
Indeed. Yeah. Yeah, maximum throughput was not that complicated.
Yeah, I see, because he had said something about expecting it to be an infinite continuation, like the true number was irrational, it was this infinite sum. And that was because the odd one out pipeline couldn't make it cleanly, so it would need an odd one out pipeline for itself ad infinitum.
ARM 54. Where is ARM 54? '53 is there.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work with proximity. You can place any label on any number.
Yeah, that's why I'm having a difficulty finding where ARM 54 is. Knowing my... There's 55. There was 53 down here. Oh, there it is. It grabs the ooh.
That's some dodging.
Indeed.
Sneaky dodges.
And it doesn't happen all the time, either.
Yeah, it's got a feedback loop coming from the odd one out pipeline, so it's not guaranteed to actually have the material.
Yeah, I think that extra gold is just split... Yeah, is split off to make this conditionally, quote. Conditionally because these arms don't actually grab anything all the time, but... It's fine. There wasn't an instructions metric. Or tiebreaker. Essentially what it was people just made a thing that was conditional and they just copy-pasted a whole bunch of repeats until it looped properly, so... Which is perfectly fine, it was a perfectly valid way of approaching this, so...
Yeah, this is an every 8 solution that conditionally is creating some monster piece off to the side. Which, I assume, after 12 iterations, becomes an entire output.
Something like that.
I haven't yet seen, because there's so much space taken up by this, the actual mechanism by which the odd output is delivered. Because as far as I can see, every time we've looked at the output, it's just being dropped on every 8 cycles.
Alright, let's take a look. So this part here is being used to make... so the first run by actually needs to be recycled, so it goes for a second run by. The first run by makes iron.
Yeah, 12 cycles.
Silver, and then silver. Okay. So here's the odd one out-ish. or no, this is the wheel making. It gets delivered up here. Gets a bunch of rearrangement here.
Yeah, I'd say when 49 act over on the far right, that's when it's done making its odd one out, and there's one more piece being.
You're right. So that's this part here. Oh, yeah. So it doesn't actually make the whole wheel. It's missing the gold. The gold gets reunified. Pardon?
So the extra pair of gold fills off and finishes. It looks like everything is period 8 with the option to be period 4 if there is a surplus, and it just double acts during the surplus time. This is a really well built solution on an idea that is suboptimal.
It sends 2 silvers from the odd one out to cross the highway. Ah, okay. So one of the silvers gets projected into the extra gold that lands here, and then the other extra silver gets projected into the gold to recombine to make the wheel. Okay. Very, very cool.
Rookie, you are a monster. You've created a continuously valued primary, and people have found very significant points on it.
I'm sorry that week 7 is not as high quality.
Bah. Week 7's awesome. Really, no. Week 6 is awesome. Week 7 is...
Week 6 is awesome. Week 7 is... Week 6 is awesome.
Alright. So, here's a fun fact. We're entering top 10.
What?
Yeah. We are now entering top 10, and 10 people got optimal throughput.
Woo.
Yeah, congratulations. For figuring out what optimal throughput is. It was not an easy task, and I commend all of you top 10 players this week on reaching it.
If you managed to figure out max throughput, you would have made it to top 10.
Yeah.
And build it. You gotta build it too.
Yes.
Yeah, that
Trivial side effect.
Implementation details.
Let's see here. Of course, there's an asterisk beside that because Topo Mouse didn't give me a parsable solution, so he might actually be in top 10. I do not know. Alright. Yeah, it's time to place your bets on who takes top 3. 10th place. Let me see if I can find them. Andrej K.
Whoa.
What the approaches look like. This is the way it looks. The track with the zigzag. Oh my gosh.
There's tracks everywhere.
Yes. This solution is by far the most expensive full throughput solution I obtained from any player.
6,000 monies.
Indeed. Yeah, you can see where this is not double procking. Right where it pulls a strand of quicksilver right towards the end before it loops. This is a pre-verified solution. But this is very cool to watch. I'm sorry I can't show the entire solution to you in one go. Maybe I will record this, or record the GIF of this thing sometime.
So what I'm seeing when I look at the quicksilver glyph, because I want to talk a little bit about the balance of utilization that's required to get maximum throughput. You need to do the gold plus bond 10 times. You need to do a wand 4 times. And the rest need to be upgrading metals as much as possible without ever creating too much silver. So you can see the gold happen 5 times, and then you can see gold happen 5 more times, but get dropped immediately into output. So this solution found that balance, built a bunch of mechanisms to achieve it, and then made these long sticks that it could ultimately build into the outputs. I think that's a really organized way of presenting the ideas behind the 5 and 36 number.
Indeed, this is probably the most digestible way to show how exactly what you needed to do to get to this throughput, because everybody else essentially I think everybody else anyway, did a lot more like building of the products, like product structures, and not really seeing like all these just straight up being into sticks, which makes this particularly a good solution for people to see what exactly is going on in a 5 to 36 solution.
Yeah, it batches all of the processing before it even attempts to build anything.
Yeah, so let's take a look at everything else. These are all the quicksilvers that are not being double projected, essentially.
And they make the 5 tin and the 5 copper. Although it is going to have to purify to make one of the 10, so it only uses quicksilver for 4 of them.
Yeah, so yeah, you can see there's the 1 purification glyph right here where 2 lead are used, and then that gets purified. So that's kind of the only purification math in this, actually. The only purification you needed to do was 2 lead to tin.
So yeah, all these rails and sticks of 5 held horizontally make this so satisfying. I do want to see the GIF for this eventually.
Unfortunately, I will not be able to record this GIF live on stream, because I actually do not know what would be. Actually, I can figure it out. 36. Oh yeah, that's another thing. This is actually a 36 tape loop. This is exactly 5 outputs every 36 cycles. Alright, so what was it? F10 to record this?
Mm-hmm. But honestly, you don't even need to. Oh, you have to have completed the solution, then click record GIF and hit F10.
Okay.
Right. Assuming setup is done by the first output drop, it'll take care of it. It'll record the whole tape loop.
Right, that's true. Here we go.
So we just get the overview and we get to watch it moving.
Yeah.
Okay, it's actually very clean how to assemble the rings with this.
Mm-hmm.
Because the 3s just bond onto those diamonds. I don't think Brookie has the OBS set up to record a GIF that is playing on a screen, but even just this preview that we were getting in the GIF box is really useful to try to get a bigger picture.
Yeah, I think I'll see if I can upload that to Imgur right now and just send a link. Let me just quickly do that, actually. I don't know if it completely loops. Andrej K's solution.
Yeah, so at 2665 gold, there's a lot of room to improve the cost. Knowing that we're at max throughput, I'm curious how much cost optimization people were able to do.
Alright, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then for the gold, 1, 2. It's hard to count.
Yeah, because there's stuff passing over the gold output.
Yeah,
But we were
yeah,
able to
it's
watch
5. I'm pretty sure I checked this. I tapped through it, and yeah, because it was pre-verified. But yeah, there you go. I will post this Imgur link. There you go. Very, very satisfying to watch. Fortunately, it was the most expensive solution, but that is a very good high-level view of what all the solutions we're going to be seeing are going to be doing from here on out.
So now it's just a question of doing that exact same utilization, but spread out in a way that doesn't cost as much and doesn't require you to place endless trap loops.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Coming up next is an unverified solution by Mattermonkey.
Ooh.
Alright, I'm going to take a look at how long this loop is. It's 36.
1,010 gold.
Indeed, we dropped by 1,010. Yes, yes indeed. 16 to 26 to 36 to 46. That is 5 every 36 cycles. Alright, let's take a look. So, setup, we have a wand here, and we have the gold there being wanded off.
It makes
Like a
silver chain and gold chain, but there's sometimes 3 golds in a row and sometimes 2.
Mm-hmm. So that imbalance there is the extra golds are put into the gold output, whereas everything else is used to make the wheels.
Mm-hmm.
There's an interesting...
There's also a 1 to offset the 3. I didn't see the 1 at first. I only saw the 2s and the 3. The golds adjacent to each other and the gold and silver chain.
Ah, yeah.
But sometimes gold, sometimes 1 and then 3. Which is why RM32 is on a track.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a tin that sometimes goes through the lead here.
The 1 purification per every... Yeah, I think it's 1 in 10 lead has to be a tin in that chain at the bottom.
1, 2... So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Something like that.
It's really cool. Like Mattermonkey saying in Twitch chat, there's a very clear divide between the inputs and the outputs. Mm-hmm. And these horizontal sticks just get debonded off and turned into outputs.
I actually have to show a showcase solution after this. It's a special case.
Solution? Is it the same solution except you have allowed for like 30x as much space between the two?
One sec, let me see if I can find it. This is not the same solution.
Oh my. It's just so conceptually similar.
This was Shadow Cluster's full throughput solution, and the biggest difference is Shadow Cluster batches all the gold for the second output into a single line. So it does 5 wheels and then 5 gold outputs. And then everything else is slightly different here and there. But
there's the projections that are happening while they're still in a line instead of after they have been broken off into the wheels. But these moving horizontal bars are like...
Indeed. Very, very interesting.
And just a little bit cheaper than the previous, too.
Yeah, so... Shadow Cluster would have placed above Mattermonkey. Corbin needs you to find a difference between this solution and the other solution. Yeah, there's a conditional thing here. It's technically not conditional. It's a setup thing here.
It did first poorly formed wheel.
Yeah, because it gets overly projected into
Malformed. Oh, no.
silver instead of copper there. But yeah, Shadow Cluster would have placed in, let's see here, 9th place, displacing Matter Monkey if he was a scoring player. Actually, wait a second. That's not right. Brother Mojo. Yeah, Brother Mojo. But anyway.
In the
Brother
interest
Mojo
of
in
adjacency,
8th.
did we actually skip something?
Yeah, actually, what we just were looking at was Matter Monkey's solution. Let me see if I can find. I don't know why it does this. Here it is. Yeah, so Matter Monkey has 1655. The next place is Brother Mojo at 1520. Shadow Cluster would have beaten both of them to get 7th place if he was scoring. That's the corrected answer. But yeah, very similar. The difference is, well, this one has 4 strands being pushed over. Shadow Clusters only had 3. And Shadow Clusters was
quicksilver on the strand.
Instead of doing this thing. But conceptually, very, very interesting and similar, but different in execution. This one ended up being a lot more expensive, and that is why this is in 9th place. Yeah, so
Ravari's loom.
congratulations on Dredge K on 10th place, and congratulations Matter Monkey on 9th place.
The idea Matter Monkey's saying in Twitch chat of extrude chains and worry about building outputs later really is the way to get to max throughput. You can just plan out how the input is being used, and then the material that exists on the board can make the outputs you care about. Leave that as a future problem.
Yep.
The issue being that's not cheap, and the best solutions will be those that manage to combine the two processes.
Yep.
That's what I spent a really long time trying to design and getting frustrated by because it's hard.
Indeed. So I would like to hear everyone's bets for top 3.
I'm gonna bet I'm in the top 3 actually.
I'm gonna bet I'm in the top 3 actually.
Let's see here. Panic,
haven't
Biggie,
seen
Rolomni. Steven guesses
Rolomni,
Biggie.
Panic submitted.
Panic says he thinks Rolomni is in 3rd place. We'll have to see. All right, Brother Mojo is next.
Brother Mojo.
Yes. I have done pre-verification on this, so here we go. All inputs are here.
And 4.
Pardon?
Steven keeps insisting that I get 1st, 2nd, and 4th. Someone else makes it into there for 3rd. So the wand is very explicit. It has to do 14 wandings. And it uses a pivot to stall one of them. But only one.
Nice.
I like that the lead and the iron input are right next to each other on the board.
Yeah, so
Anyone that gets cool points in my book.
I think, yeah, so there's a lot of interesting uses here. The iron is used to help with the gold plus quicksilver trick there, and the actual gold output is right there. This was a little bit annoying for me to count through, just because the tape was really long, and I had to count up to like 40 outputs or something to make sure that the outputs were being made at the same same frequency. But yeah, this is a 5 to 36, and 1520. Unfortunately,
Can we
that
watch
is
the
still high
assembly
cost.
happening?
Sorry?
Can we watch the assembly happening over on the left?
Ah,
I
yes.
think we've stared at the inputs for most of the time this has been on stream, but there's a
Yeah.
lot more going on.
Sorry about
I like
that.
the 6 marks.
So the inputs are being made. The gold and silver are mostly being made over here. There's a bunch more projection going on here because the wanded quicksilver is being passed.
Is there any other projection glyphs besides the one that is next to the output and the one that is part of the input? Is there any other projection? It doesn't look like it.
Okay, so here's the purification. I don't expect there to be any other purification. I don't see any other projection glyphs other than this one right there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So
Why
it's a
does-
single projection besides the required.
Why does 49 need to do surgery? What? How does that happen? Why does that like odd one out show up?
One malformed input. One more.
That's a good question.
It looks like it's trying to meet up 2 pipelines, and sometimes it can't get the iron in place in time.
Yeah. I think that's what's happening as well. I'm not entirely sure.
I attribute any weirdness in a solution to the fact that you only purify once, and so there's going to be one part of the solution that is on.
Oh, it's from the tin. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because sometimes it doesn't need to be projected, and okay, yeah, so that causes a slight change in the programming, and yeah, okay, yeah, the periodicity makes sense with that hypothesis. So I'm gonna assume that that's what's going on.
Cool design. I really like this solution.
Indeed.
I probably am going to really like every 5 to 36 solution because this is just so many people solving the same hard problem in their own unique ways.
Mm-hmm. Coming
It's
up
Throughput.
next, we're taking a little bit of a jump down. So this person actually sent me a lot of solutions to get their costs cut. Pardon?
It's BIST, isn't it?
Yeah. Unfortunately, in the end, it wasn't enough to bring her down another place. Unfortunately. But hey, congratulations, Brother Mojo, on 8th place? Yep. Congratulations, Bist, on 7th place. If I can find your solution.
They were talking in the Discord about having a specific brick approach to this problem, and I'm curious what that looks like in practice. It almost fits on a screen, though.
Yes, almost.
Yeah.
This is also a pre-verified solution.
Ooh. Like that.
What are these
shapes?
shapes?
I like that. It's that classic Biggie intermediate molecule stuff.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
bond the stuff together, fix it up.
Odd one out is here.
Yeah,
Bond
the
it
other
wherever.
really convenient space for compactness.
Yeah.
Bond it wherever, we'll fix it.
There's some really strange stuff, like ARM33 does some odd one out stuff, and then it also delivers the odd one out gold. Yeah. So that's this part done. Let's take a look at the left part.
Oh, it's building 8 outputs with an odd one out to bring it to 9 in a... No, it's building 10 outputs, 9 of which come from an every 8 loop and 1 of which is an odd one out. I see. So this is the actual optimal odd one out setup. Because, yeah, I didn't find a clean way to make a 72 cycle loop that built one extra output every 72 cycles. This is clean.
Yeah, so for what I was just showing, the iron input was being made here, and the lead input here is combined to make this massive, like, scaffold shape almost. Well, it's technically not a scaffold, but it's making this very large molecule that is then deconstructing and then reconstructing to make the outputs into the wheel shape.
I like that she's dipping into the quicksilver there with the freed lead plus quicksilver, like to make sure that even the odd one out is using double procs. I think the big difference between what we saw Tweedledee doing, which was an odd one out without ever using double procs, and what this is doing is that there are actually double procs happening in the odd one out pipeline as well to keep the utilization at maximum. This is a hard solution to build.
Indeed. Congratulations on 7th place. 6th place. Spect 98.
Nice.
Despite looking a lot less complicated, this is only 60 gold cheaper.
Is
I
it?
don't think it looks less complicated. It's just spread out.
Does it fit on the screen better if you rotate it 60 degrees?
Yes.
Clockwise.
Let me maintain that Critelli.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Alrighty. There's some wanding set up there. Alrighty. This is going to be... It's a 72 cycle. Let me just quickly... No, it's not a 72 cycle. It's a 35 cycle.
Huh?
Or it's a 36 cycle. Sorry, it's a 36 cycle.
Add to the wrong stuff.
Freaking me out there.
Yeah, I was just trying to count this. Alright, so it's 36 cycles. Now I just have to count the outputs. Here we go. I'm going to assume that this is completely set up. And...
Yeah,
1,
29
2,
outputs regularly.
5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And then 1, 2, 3. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. What?
1, 2.
1
3,
sec.
4.
Or
1,
Mr. Puzzle and I watching the stream delay.
Oh. Shoot.
3, 4, 5. Okay. That's verified. Yep, okay. It's doing 5 of each output every 36 cycles. Yeah, so for the record, yes, that is how I have to manually verify each solution, and that is why I did a lot of pre-verification before the stream yesterday. Alright, now we can actually look at the puzzle.
I like that emergency antidote shape near 28.
Ah, good catch. Yeah, it's putting together the 2 leads, and yeah, the interesting thing is this quicksilver chain being used to project the tin and the iron into copper, which is the parts where you have to deal with single projection. And then there was everything else is being made over here, and then every gold trick is being used to wand. Very cool.
Yeah, it's interesting because whenever you start with wands like this solution does, like before you hit steady state, you don't have a metal on that other side of the glyph. So you have to make wands that can meet like some contract on usage of the quicksilver glyph. You can only wand on cycles when you are promising to eventually put a gold there. I think that's like a really hard design thing to start from. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. There's the one purification glyph, and I think this is the only projection glyph that isn't on the input. So, all right. Congratulations, Spect 98 on 6th place. This is a pretty. I actually think this is a pretty straightforward solution to comprehend, and yeah, very clean.
Compact 2.
It's straightforward to comprehend until you look too closely and realize that how you end up with 9 things at the top when everything else is divisible by 5. It kind of really subtly has the 4-to-1 trade-off happening.
Mm-hmm. Biggie Mac and Mr. Puzzle. I have one question to ask both of you.
Okay.
How low gold do you think this goes?
So Amalgamated Gold Ring was one at 700 gold, and that was also a every 8 and then an extra pipeline. Rolomni found a really clever way to do it. I only had 800 on my own.
I had about 800 too, but the way you asked that question, I'm just going to randomly guess 600. That's the first thing that popped in my head.
600 doesn't make sense to me. I just don't believe it.
But he said take a guess. That's my guess.
All right.
I guess it's going to be close to around where Rolomni put it last time, which was 700. It might just be Rolomni doing it again.
You guys are doing some pretty good guesses. I will say that. Because Biggie Mac, you are up next.
Oh.
I am?
Yes.
Ho, ho, ho.
We take a huge jump down from Spec 98 down to 845. Yeah.
I thought 845 was safe for a while. I didn't like the timing of your question because it meant following it would be devastating.
Indeed. Yeah. This goes down pretty surprisingly. You are up next.
Yeah, I knew I had a lot of arms, but I thought they were all needed. My pride, my ego.
Darn it. I was kind of hoping Biggie was really close to first.
Obviously same.
Because Biggie, you posted you posted what obviously looked like a throughput solution in Discord, and I'm like, ha ha ha, yes, mine's cheaper. But it wasn't by much. So, oh no.
Yeah, so I make wheels, and then I spin those wheels around, and I fulfill the contract on when I can use gold and when I can't. I use only one projection or one extra projection glyph, like all the other ones we've seen that I've remarked on, and I have the lead and the iron really close to each other on the board. Like I said, brings you cool points. I also really like how my gold output glyph is because it's like an arm that grabs an iron on it and returns it back as gold.
Right, so I was primarily focusing on this part where it makes this copper tin, but sometimes it's a copper lead. You're making me have copper swapper memories. And let's take a look here.
How is there this huge chasm from 1250 to 845? I'm still shocked. I'm glad I saved 30 gold today to make that chasm wider, just so I could still be in fifth.
Just so you can be shocked even more live on stream.
You caught me.
Yep. So here, this part here is making coppers and tins, and sometimes it makes a copper and lead, because the lead gets sometimes purified here, and that's where it gets met up with that other that special one out.
It's got 2 metals on it, and it just fills in the rest from the inputs. But the inputs can include a tin because I have set 2 lead aside into a purifier.
Mm-hmm. I remember you were saying that you couldn't find a good way to move this all the way over here, and that's where you had to put in these 2 massive hex arms to get.
Yeah, they're basically creating a 30 cycle delay so that it slots into the right timing on the contract on the projection.
Mm-hmm.
Because I couldn't get a -6 cycle delay, I just wasn't fast enough, so I had a +30 cycle instead.
The classic problem of moving stuff really far
In
cheaply.
small amount of time, cheaply.
Yeah.
All right.
Because who cares how long it takes? This is throughput.
Yeah.
So top 4. Congratulations, Biggie Mac, on 5th place. I know it wasn't the place that you were looking for, but
Yeah, I did a whole regional to get down from 1215 to 880, and they would have placed the same. That did not register as a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Puzzle, I think you guessed pretty well, because you are coming up next.
I figured. I'm really happy this turned out.
Congrats, 4th place, and you beat me, and you're happy about that.
Yeah. Dude, beating you is tough.
I'm glad to have that reputation. I work hard for it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have a really, really strange setup. Like, you have a disjointed tape loop, which is...
Right. Well, so the idea is 4 does the wanding, but it does its own setup. I found that a lot earlier, and that saved like a bajillion arms.
That's so clever.
But the main idea here is I make a train. I basically make a polymer, but the polymer has a different atom 2 out of every 5.
Yeah, so here's some iron that's being used here. Some of it gets moved up into this this one line, which is essentially the polymer line, and then everything else, all this iron down here, gets put into the side, which is directly put into the output. Lead and tin. You've got a very interesting thing going on here. 6-arm resetting.
I think everything about the solution is really cool.
Thank you.
You're kind of my hero.
So ARM 13 is putting lead in where it is, like one of the leads that 13 puts in is occasionally an iron instead, and that's how the monomers differ. Sometimes it's lead, sometimes it's iron.
Yeah. That's really cool. Yeah, because 17 sometimes puts an iron up there, and sometimes 13 puts a lead there. That is really cool. Yeah, and then the rest goes into this projection thing here, with some projection being done on ARM 5 and some being done on ARM 7. That's...
The Wheel of Wands is just its own absolutely brilliant.
Yep. The thing is I'm wondering though if I could have made it just the 2 wands like Shadow Cluster did. But whatever. This works. Who cares about area? It's throughput.
This is prettier.
Alright, Mr. Puzzle and Biggie Mac, now that you know that this is 4th place, how far do you think we jump down for 3rd?
$1, Bob.
I'm going to go with... I'll be closer than Mr. Puzzle. I'm going to say the next one's 818.
I'm still going to go with 600 because that sounds... I don't know, that just popped in my head. I'll stick with it.
Did you say 818?
Yeah, because you said $1 better, and I'm $2 better.
Congratulations, Mr. Puzzle, on 4th place. 3rd place...
You and Rolamni.
Jinyu.
All people fully expect to do well in this, but...
680.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, things get crazy down here.
And it goes cheaper. This is exciting. I gotta see this.
Look at how sparse this is. It's just a bunch of, like, single arms.
I'm excited to see how busy the middle's going to get, because that's the only reason I can think of having it be so sparse.
I'm me flexing in Twitch chat. Finally, a solution that beats my first iteration. We are in the presence of cost-optimized full throughput genius.
Indeed. Where do we start looking at this solution? You might notice that Jinyu is doing a thing that you did.
Spin around, yeah.
No, the iron on the gold output.
Oh, that thing. Also very...
And lead.
Yeah. You need to odd something out. I never used lead to gold. That's too much of a parlor trick. Yeah. This is...
Astounding.
The balance of the 8s on the creation and the 4s on the odd creation into a stream of what looked like it must be 7s going into the output is just...
Yeah, there's some very interesting stuff of building like there's lead and iron, and then there's sometimes lead to tin. I don't actually know exactly how this math works. I just counted the throughput and the tapes.
Matter Monkey is saying something that is true. The solution is purifying more than once every loop.
What?
It might be it's doing the 5 to 36 the way that Abyss did it, which is 10 and 72, so it makes one odd output to every 8 regular outputs, which achieves the same throughput, but you purify twice to make that odd output. And because of the tape size, you can do that purification in not 36 cycles apart.
That's interesting, actually, because that technically means that... well, I mean, technically, Bist proved it to us, but I didn't really make the connection until now that technically you can get optimal throughput through 2 different algorithms.
Yes.
Neat. And it's...
build 5 outputs in 36 cycles, or you can build an output every 8 and then one other output every 72.
It's all because of not being able to get 2 quicksilver every cycle, because it's from 1 out of 7 not being good enough or obtainable.
Yeah, it's out of reach.
Yeah, so that also proves that I guess technically anyone who claims that their calculator does optimal throughput technically and only gives one optimal throughput algorithm is kind of wrong, because this proves that it's possible for there to be more than one solution to any problem, or to a specific problem if it's worded correctly enough.
Calculators, like the way I set up the theory, made an assumption, but it really only balanced the utilization, and the utilization is being agreed by here, but over the course of 72 cycles, with all numbers doubled. So we've got Jinyu here in 3rd, and then Panic and Rolamni both cheaper still.
Panic and Rolamni are kind of close to each other, actually.
Okay, I was gonna
make a guess.
Tied.
They're not tied.
640, 620.
I don't know what Rolamni means by first iteration. Finally, because like
Rolamni's first thing that he sent to me was 725 gold.
Damn, that's impressive.
Yeah, and he improved upon that. By how much, I will not say, but Biggie, what's your guess for 2nd place?
For 2nd place, 650.
Well,
although
2nd place...
Together, so that's ultimately a guess for 1st then, too. It's in that ballpark.
2nd place is Panic. Is this real life? Or is this just 615?
Jeez!
615 16. Nice.
That
I
also.
remember really liking Panic's.
Sorry.
I remember really liking Panic's solution to some puzzle. I think it was. Oh no, it was Metal Calculus. I think I liked his amalgamated gold ring if you made one, but I can't remember. I was thinking of his Metal Calculus when I was trying to imagine like a Panic design that brought joy. So I'm prepared for more joy.
Yeah. Panic, congratulations on second place. I know this already spoils who is in first place, but yes, congratulations Rolomni on first place as well. Let's take a look at Panic. Yeah, so there's some interesting setup in this solution as well. So this part, it's doing purification.
The two projectors are like right next to each other. Wait, it built a wheel of pure gold.
Yes.
And then it recycled the quicksilver that was in the middle of that wheel.
Yes.
Holy smokes.
That's good.
This is stylish.
And it's not even a full wheel either. It's
5 because it needs to be 5. So I see why there was a setup, because it's eventually going to need to replace its using.
Yeah, the solution is just very cool from just the recycling bit. Just
yeah. Elegant.
It's like recycling is seen very much as a meme, but like in Throughput solutions, it is very much a valid strategy, and I'm very, very happy that like someone did it. I guess technically Andrej K, or maybe I don't remember if it was Andrej K, if it was someone else, but the part where they ran through the iron through the purification twice, first to get it to silver and then to get it to gold. I guess technically that is technically also recycling, but it's cool. It's super cool to see recycling being used in a second place solution. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, Panic is describing his solution in the chat here. Those 5 atom wheels are made every 6 cycles. 4 of them get a lead, 1 gets a tin, so there's the 4-to-1 being achieved cleanly, and 1 is left empty and becomes the gold output. So it doesn't have to do any extra work for the gold apart from rotate it 1 more time. This is a really elegant solution.
Congratulations on second place, Panic. This is a very good solution.
What
Diggy...
did Rolomni get?
And
are we under 600?
Rolomni 590.
Yikes. That's
sub
impressive.
600. Nice.
Rolomni even measured out the crash that prevented him from getting 580. So Adam got 0.05 units too close.
I'm going to tilt everything. Here you go. Actually, let's see if I can... Nah, that doesn't work as good. This is very small. There's not very many arms on this.
Capable of producing an output at the maximum throughput, given that the maximum throughput is a complicated number. Maybe 7.2 isn't a complicated number, and I've been misleading everyone. This is a wand.
That's a nice wand.
Gives me cradle memories from Space Chem. Yeah, and
really.
And arm 12 is a setup arm.
It's doing something very similar to what Mr. Puzzle did of passing over, but instead of having them bonded together as a polymer, it's just individual blobs. Like, this has a lot of similarities to Mr. Puzzle's solution, but it's kind of the kernel of the idea without all the extra costs. I'm so impressed. Wow.
Yeah, this is a very, very well-deserved first place. Big congratulations to Rolomni. I did not expect maximum throughput to be achieved in a machine as compact and as cheap as this.
Yeah, I didn't think this was a cheaper puzzle than Amalgamated Gold Ring. But by the same person. Apples to apples, Rolomni has shown this is a cheaper puzzle.
Did anyone optimize Amalgamated Gold Ring after the tournament?
I think Jinyu might have gotten 10 gold off of him to get down to 690.
Huh.
But I think the limit that Rolomni found was really close to the limit anyone found with extra time. I'm scared for my third place spot in the rankings. Rolomni's been chilling in fourth after a, I think, comparatively week 3. Maybe both weeks 2 and 3 by his standards, but definitely in the last couple of weeks. He won area on week 5 with the only one to take the indirect blunder. He won coughed on this one. That momentum is going to mean that's going to be difficult for me to stay ahead.
Right, I forgot I need to go and check Topo Mouse's solution because he sent me a unparsable solution. Here we go. I think it's
300 gold. Wow.
I think this might be it. Yeah. Alright. So that is a 19 cycle loop, and it makes one output set every loop. Yeah, so this is probably a area...
I think this just looks like an easy to solve, hard to optimize solution that wanted to get some point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then this one is... I think this is an area solution. Yeah, this is an area solution. Alright.
Okay, so these are both just Topo Mouse.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this to be... Topo Mouse was 119... the name was New Design Plus. Whoops. Rename, there was a space. Alright. That's that, and I will be moving that into the solution. Copy. Then I need to go over to Topo Mouse. Alrighty. It is time to parse. Parsnips. I'm
just watching Panic's GIF. Forever. So when you said first place didn't change for a very long time, I sent it.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
The mic on, Ricky.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
You were saying at the beginning that first place didn't change for a long time. And I'm assuming that's time started when Rolomni sent in his solution.
Yeah, the moment Rolomni made his first improvement down to 600 gold, he has been in first place since. So.
Gotcha. Here I was hoping you meant I was also fastest gun, thinking I would be the winner. I had some humble pie to eat.
Alrighty. I'm going to copy these solutions over. Let's see here. This gets deleted. Coughed solutions gets deleted, and then paste. Alrighty. Let's hope this doesn't crash. Hey. There we go. So, now we're on to metric B. So, metric A was a wild ride, and everything is good. Week 6. It is now unverified results. ACG. Alrighty.
Okay, can you share the stream on Discord again?
Yes. Here you go. Username void.
Username void didn't get to get shown because the resolve was unfinished.
Right. I can show that actually right now. I put it into showcase. S is okay. Now it decides to. Here we go. Is this yours?
Yep, that's the one.
They said no.
This is mine.
Oh.
This is mine. Sorry. That's...
Showcase. Wait, what?
This is empty.
Yeah.
Solution.
That's strange. Let me see if I can.
Username void. It's an area solution, but not a.
Oh, it
It's
might.
gone.
It might not have.
Oh, you mentioned at one point. This is just me remembering. Pentapig had a design for maximum throughput, and it had a target cost. Would you share what that target cost was?
He said that he was at 405 gold, and the only thing left to do is to create a certain quicksilver, lead, tin, quicksilver shapes on the correct cycles. And then he said, during the first couple of cycles, QS is getting wanted out, but not consumed by projection. Accidentally wanting out too much is causing way more problems than I expected, and he eventually gave up hope for a cheap solution. And getting the last part to work at all would be very expensive. And then 3 hours later, he said not happening at all, and he would be trying to extract a 1 out of 8 solution from the ruins.
Gotcha. That would have been really cheap then, seeing how cheap his 1 in 8 was.
Indeed, his 1 in 8 was 540.
540.
Alrighty. Let me see if I can retrieve your incomplete throughput. I'm just gonna do, and I'm just gonna quickly restart. Which also means I need to go and reshare the Discord stream. That's not right. This. Okay. Okay, I remember this. Okay.
Hmm.
This was
All
unfortunately
those are
not completed in time. Username Void told me that they were really close, but just couldn't quite get it done in time.
that's the correct amount of material, but the assembly was left as an exercise.
Yeah. There's some purification here, and that's where the output would have gone, and a bunch of elements were there, but unfortunately, it didn't happen.
It's got 30 atoms and nothing to build them into. Alright, it's cool though to see someone who calculated max throughput but didn't make it.
Indeed.
Week 6 claims another victim.
Yeah. Alright. Well, we're gonna go with the, Steven.
We're going to start off with another throughput solve.
Area. Quote.
Throughput except I used conditionals, so it can't be considered.
Oh no!
Loop. Oh my gosh, that wall of arms.
That wall of no green backing at all.
We don't get to see the game, we get to see Steven. This is programmed. And we're still throwing away iron.
It needs to take a break from inputting once in a while.
Wait, the entire reason you have that ratio is just so that you can throw away some but not all iron?
Let's talk about that Critelli. It's so obscured.
I'm trying to wait for the gap in the left track to finally show up. Oh, I see it doing the leads. It's meaningfully working on the lead.
So I think this just projects everything from lead. Yeah.
It's also using each metal as the wand to move the other of the same type.
Yeah.
It takes a hot minute to get anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck this is doing. Oh, wait a second. You need to grab this at least once to make your output, so,
These are some quality conditionals, Steven. You have a way with Opus Magnums. I am really happy we have a court jester in this tournament.
Is there a word that's bigger than Magnum?
Oh, so the gold gets passed all the way back to oh my.
Oh man.
You saw that, right?
Thrown away.
To start
the
off,
used to make, so those wands are there to be picked up by gold.
But then the gold goes back into the trash afterwards, which is
well, gold, useless crap.
I am just curious what the heck goes on up here. Does it ever do anything?
It's just bonding. It's a bonding station with a lot of extra looking. I see. It takes a break so that it doesn't crash into the gold. And of course we missed it, but the quicksilvers that is juggling back and forth is going to be used. Steven, you have built another top tier meme. I love it.
Steven, when is the first quicksilver output? Oh, yeah. Good point. I need to go and, oh, now it's coming.
Yeah, we just did the gold, so now stuff's coming out the top. We gotta watch it. Go to the right, go to the right, go to the right. We gotta see it. Can't miss the beauty of this solution.
Yep, pivot
Okay,
arms. Yep,
I'm going to
come on.
go and tab through this now at cycle 1800. Alrighty, let's see here. Grab, rotate,
Yep,
rotate,
Over.
yep.
rotate.
Are the pivots in the same direction, or are they in different directions? Because we can do that now.
Ooh, that is a good question. Let's take a look at arm 219.
At least the tape's only 6 instructions long.
They're in the same direction. And then there's the wheel rolling. Yeah, let me go and change the puzzle hex stack. I will do that right now, actually. Exit, custom, this, replace, and then this. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Alright, I'm back. You mean the week 5 stream? So at the end of week 5, I did a little introduction to week 6, and I showed some tricks about things you can do for throughput.
Yeah, apparently that wasn't communicated thoroughly, by the way. There are people who didn't realize it was a link in the document because it just looked like underlined text.
Oh.
So, I do think personally that leaving it all to experimentation would have been my preference. But you wanted to make a demo, so demos are demos.
Yeah.
Alright, my solution is literally just named small, I forgot. See it sitting there on screen.
Alright. Let's see here. This is... I'm gonna call that verified.
Can you
Yeah.
share the Discord stream?
Oh. Thanks for reminding me. Here we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's 708, but there's that big swing here that doesn't get counted. I'm gonna call that verified. Right. Coming up next. I think Panic only sent me. No, he didn't. Alright, well, Panic is up next because this is his first solve, apparently. Here we go.
Lower area than his. Oh, interesting. I'm wondering if it does look like it is a period 8 solution. Yeah, this is just his every 8 solve that he was making before the max throughput solve, and it happens to be the smallest thing he's built. 69 cycles, 52 area. Oh wait, oh my gosh, it's actually 420, 69, area 52. It's one area too high to be area 51. Otherwise, it's the hit.
R.I.P.
This is a quality meme too. Like Steven and Panic, we're getting a good dose of week 6 hitting people with the giggles.
Indeed. Coming up next is Topo Mouse.
So it's a separate bonder than the one that is on the input.
Yeah, so
Does the arm reset around the right? Oh no, yeah, it does. That's extra area just from resetting. That's unfortunate.
ooh, that is. Now there's some interesting things that you can do with overlap that yeah, this is a pistonless solve. The category was area cycles gold, so you were not really penalized if you used more fancy arms. And
Oh, the swing is being, yeah. The output is being delivered via a swing as well, which uses up 3 extra area at the top. If you hold 2, you can see the 3 area that is excessive at the top.
yeah.
So I can see at least 5 wasted hexes here. 3 at the top, 1 next to arm 3 from resetting, and then 1 under arm 2 that could have been shortened if it was a 1 length arm instead of a 3 length arm.
It does loop though.
This is the easy to solve, hard to master puzzle.
So that is Topo Mouse at 110, 250, and 27. Coming up next is Kupioala. Here it is. Oh,
There was
this
someone
is
who was
interesting.
complaining about the lack of clarity on the demo. I don't think they actually saw that you could grab and drop. So they were just pulling out quicksilver to use in the second projection glyph, which takes up extra area.
Right.
But they're not doing an extra swing. I don't have any clear waste besides not knowing that the projector didn't have to do double procs every time if you dropped on it. So 19 area is a big drop from 27 for sure.
Yes, I'm just double checking that this is there were no scoring solutions. I didn't miss any. But yeah. I'm sorry that I didn't communicate very well to you about the ways that that you could mess around with the projection glyph. So I guess if you are a future tournament host who is watching, just be very careful of how you give people information, I guess.
Yeah, with the amount of different channels the output information comes in, if it's not presented at the puzzle reveal, it's really hard to keep everything organized.
Yep.
Yeah.
Make sure that when Week9 drops, everything you need to know is sufficient already there.
And limiting the number of modifications you need to make too also helps.
Yes. Yeah, after adding the requirement for reporting throughput numbers and the solution name, that was added February the 23rd, which was let's see here, 23rd. Or no, it was 25th, I think. Let me count these weeks. So it's 1, 2, 3. It was a few days or something afterwards, and while most people got it, I still had some solutions being sent to me that weren't updated. So just be careful, because, yeah, as Biggie said, if you try to make any modifications to the puzzle document literally any time after release, it's just, you have to be really careful of people sending in solutions with old rules and whatnot.
Yep.
And missing any resources you provide.
Mm-hmm. Coming up next, chickens in the attic. Alright, so this is the first that we're going to be seeing of...
So using the bonder that is in the input.
Yes, so it is possible to actually use the bonder on the input. Okay. Oh, yeah. Good night, Steven. Yeah, this stream is going to go longer than all the previous ones just because throughput was difficult to parse. Yeah, so it was actually possible to use the bonder on the input and save on area. And most people did this. Some people wanted to have just a bare quicksilver input and then not have any overlap, but I had to clarify in the rules that yes, you had to use this bonder projector setup to... It was just it was mostly to make it consistent, because some people might have wanted to just delete one of the two overlapped glyphs, and some people would have done the other, and because of that I decided let's just keep it and say you have to use this setup. Coming up next, David.
I wonder if David is someone from Canada named David.
I'm very curious too.
Oh wow, all the way down to 17. We skipped 18 completely. Okay, so now we have no equilibrium glyphs in the solution at all. Everything is just the space taken up by arms, tracks, and the outputs and the glyphs.
It's good teamwork.
Mm-hmm.
I like when that gold output happens. It's a nice smooth.
Yeah, so this metric B was intended to be a easy week. Metric B was intended to be an easy metric since I really wanted to see people kind of focus their efforts on metric A.
But what is easy when you still have a ranking? You have to be better than everyone else, so you try hard just as hard on something that is less difficult.
Yeah, and for this metric, it ended up being secondary and tertiary optimization. Mostly secondary.
Why does tertiary optimization matter? There's two people who have the same cycles, but one is cheaper.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. That is the concept, but I don't think anyone actually. I can't see from just looking at my sheet if that's correct. I don't.
If that happens, I'm very surprised.
Yeah, I don't think. Let me just take a look here. Do we have any second metric ties? Oh. We have two people with a triple metric tie.
I believe triple metric ties.
We have one with a tertiary metric tiebreaker.
Wow. Okay.
Nice.
Please don't be me. I'm as expensive as can fit in my space.
Oh, we just reached top page with Canna David. Yes, there is a tie between two people who will not be named right now. That is tie broken by 10 gold. Interesting. Any other ties in here? No. That is it. Alright. Let's see here. This is 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. So this is 10th place. I will put a colorant. There we go. Alright. Pete. Lukewarm meatball.
Oh, I remember
16.
MP saying he named his solution lukewarm meatball because his initial solution started with 2 numbers and it came in as a throughput.
Oh, right. Yeah, his original solution name was 15 space plus 1, which broke the solution parser.
Because he was more than willing to think it's a...
Yeah. Unfortunately, one of the unfortunate things about using a program like Scilab was, if it's so high level that if you had the letter like the letter +1, it would assume that it is a number if you used like string to number functions onto it. And
Did he miss certify?
It evaluate. Oh, it evaluated it as like a. This is a positive one.
Yeah, it evaluated to +1, and it's like, oh, hey, this person has 15 outputs every cycle. Of course, this guy wins throughput, and it broke the score calculations. So I'm like, please submit this again.
Can we cover the Voidifies saying that they had a 17 area and it might have been this?
Oh, did I? Oh, Oh, I did miss it. I'm sorry. Sorry, my screen that I'm looking on this isn't like... okay. Yeah, my
Coming up
bad.
previous, Voidify.
Fortify. Yeah, I didn't see the placement score because yeah, we had a even 30 number of people, and what ended up happening was I didn't see anything in the box. That's completely on me. I'm sorry about that. Let me go back to Voidify. Here you go.
So we got multiple 17s as well. I think we had two 19s, now two 17s.
Yes, we still don't have any 18s. Voidify and Canna David both had 18 area solutions that got improved to 17.
I like the 3 pistons. This is fast.
Hmm.
Oh, but it's an extra projector, I see. That's why it's 17. Well, not the only reason, but it is definitely using an extra projector.
Mm-hmm. Would it be possible to lower the bitrate? My cellular internet is struggling.
Without restarting stream, and that would mean the VOD is split.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry about that. I don't think I can do that. Alright, Fortify. Let me go and mark you as verified. There we go. We did Canna David, and now we are back to MPEAT.
So MP was our slowest 16.
Yes.
There's a lot of juggling going on to make this work. I guess the number of access points from the 2 arms allows you to have everything juggled one lone atom at a time.
Yeah. One can't really help with some of the later end juggling, though, just because it's kind of blocked in towards the end of there.
Yeah.
I will see if I can adjust the bitrate for a future stream. But I don't think I would like to do that now because I really don't want the VOD to be split. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'll go and set a reminder to do this.
I'll talk a little bit about a tactic being used in this puzzle because we've seen it in the solution. We've seen it in a couple of others, but the fact that the lead input is never allowed to come back because one piston moves something onto it as the other moves it off. As soon as we get the lead input suppressed, it remains suppressed and allows you to hold the entire wheel on a tile that already has the lead on it.
Yep.
And that's really useful. It requires 2 pistons to do that for a single atom input, so that's why there's no way to do this with 1 piston and still keep it in the minimum space, unless you just put that output or that input outside of the wheel. But yeah, input suppression with a single atom is a thing, and you can do it with 2 pistons.
Coming up next, Communist Mountain.
That's a triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be 2 pistons. You're right, username void. 2 arms is enough. Pistons is just what I'm assuming you're using in area, and given that there's a cost tiebreaker, I might be wrong. So when we saw the 17s, or maybe it was only during the 19s, we saw some people who were bonding first and then projecting second. But now that we're on the 16s, no one is bonding first. They're all projecting and leaving lots of stuff to pick up later. And maybe that's just because that's the slower thing, and when we get to the faster 16s, we'll see some bonding action.
Oh, you're foreshadowing, aren't you?
I like when the bonds happen and you don't have to juggle everything.
Yeah. The low latency setting is on.
That's for Hutobi. One of the options a watcher has is setting so that like you're watching the stream a couple seconds behind. So then it buffers better.
Okay, I think I'm gonna probably be alt-clicking through more of these. Coming up next, on Dredge K. This is an interesting layout. This is a very interesting layout.
The suppression is interesting. That quicksilver, yeah, suppressing the quicksilver on the glyph is fun. This looks like someone was optimizing for width, but had to put the gold in there and ruin it.
No, it's not possible to move the output, this big output, up to there, but without using this.
Yeah, so it is also width optimal. I forget, what's the ruling on this? Is this 3.5 width?
I think.
I paid a lot of attention to height, but I actually stopped paying attention when it became a talk about width.
Right. I mean, there's the other thing of like this is technically overlapped, so like if you overlap this this thing with this whole thing, then you could probably do it with just straight up 3 width, but oh well.
But the rules only allowed you the specific kind of overlap. This is a really tight 16 for the fact that it's not using single input suppression and it's using a projector. It's basically Voidify's solution, but without one of the pistons.
Right, and the thing is, there's the extra projection glyph down there that makes it unable to reduce the area down any further.
Yeah, because there's no tile to put the quicksilver or to put the lead on where it would be able to be suppressed.
Coming up next is username void.
We haven't seen Monster Racer yet, and he said in chat he expected to be the slowest of the 16s. He's pulling ahead of expectation.
Am I missing TU? Oh, there it is. Ooh, equilibrium glyph.
No extra glyphs. But, okay. There were lots of places that this lead input could have been placed, but they're not using single input suppression, so they aren't putting them there. This is all of the ideas behind a 15 area solution except input suppression. Oh, do we know what the current placement is? We into the teens?
Probably. 10th place is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8-ish away. Yeah, so input suppression was the trick to getting to 15 area. I didn't want to spoil it that far ahead, but yes, 15 area was actually possible.
I figured it was spoiled as soon as MPeats was called 15+1.
Yep, a lot more people got 15, I think. Actually, not that many more, actually. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 people got 15 area. So,
Alright, and then it's all about cycles and costs.
Indeed. So 14 people got 15 area as opposed to 10 people who got maximum throughput for this week. Yeah.
You're just ditching out the max for the perfect primaries.
Coming up next is Spect 98.
Nice layout.
It is interesting.
Another person who fills the 2 extra spaces with the extra projector and then leaves the lead unsuppressed. When you have a spare projector, it becomes a lot more straightforward and you don't have to do like weird grab drops on the quicksilver to keep it from over projecting. Actually, does this... Okay, the gold is being upgraded on the projection side, but really that's the only thing that happens on the projection side of the quicksilver glyph. Everything else, even the silver, is being made. Even the gold for the gold output is being made on the manually placed projector. That's kind of funny.
It's quite interesting. Yeah, and there's some quicksilver suppression when arm 1 moves over there, and the swing doesn't take up any more area than it needs to. There we go.
Yeah, Mattermonkey points out there isn't even an access point on that side of the projector. So it makes sense that it's not the useful one. You have to have it bonded to something.
Coming up next, Monster Racer.
Monster Racer almost the fastest 16, actually. This is a very different layout than all the others.
Yes, it is. Very interesting, too.
And that is a clever use of tin blocking the input. I really like this. This is a cool solve.
Yeah, there's still a decent amount of juggling around. Yeah, the extra area is because the lead is not being suppressed. Alrighty. We are 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That was 18th. 18th, 17, 16, 15, 14, yeah. Okay, let me count again. This is 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. Yeah, 14th place. The last 15 area was 14th place. The first 16 area is right after that. So 15th place is the first 16 area. Numbers, they're all so close together. Yeah, your thing is written right there. Coming up next is Bambi. Another projector there. Yeah,
this one also suppresses input.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, the lead's in a position where the final bond will be being built. So this is just 16 this is just a bunch of strange decisions, and I like it.
Yeah, it's the projector there that forces this gold output to be up here instead of in this area, which makes it 16 area instead of 15. I don't know, I can't think of a way to get this to, yeah, I think it's just having the projector, the extra projector in this area just makes it much easier to work with in getting specifically how many projections you wanted.
Yeah, it prevents needing to worry about access points, because there is no access point on that other projector once again. It's really cool, though, that this is using the bonding and then projecting afterwards that I was hoping to see eventually. Yeah, we've got suppressed lead, we've got bonding before projecting in some cases.
Coming up next is Tweedledee.
Pistons on separate tracks.
Indeed.
So this one looks like it then is also going to be suppressing lead, because any bond you're making while that bonder is active is suppressing. Oh, that's cool. It's using tin to suppress quicksilver and then lead. Yeah, those last two assembly steps are a really good use of space, given that it has 16 area to work with.
So the extra area here is because of the extra tracks that they need?
Yeah, they've placed 2 tracks per arm, so they have 4 tracks.
Okay.
So they're now components limited and not movement limited.
$562 cycles. Coming up next is 15th place. Bist. You have the fastest 16 area solution that anyone has submitted.
The fastest 16 in the West.
Indeed, indeed you are.
Congrats on 15th place. Yeah, I like this layout. You can reach everything you need to reach. Only issue is you're not suppressing the lead.
Yeah. It is unfortunate, but yeah, I do have to say congratulations on getting the fastest 16 area. This is pretty well optimized. 425 cycles. Oh man. I'm looking at the cycles tiebreaker in the 15 area solutions, and I'm just it's a bit of a blowout.
Oh, it's a blowout.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
So yeah,
I know it's not me, because I've seen at least one hinted score that is better than mine.
man. Yeah, 425 is pretty speedy for an area-focused solution, especially one that requires this much thought and, juggling and whatnot. I will say, though, our first 15 area solution, by the way, congratulations to all the players who have found a 15 area solution. I don't actually have too good of a intuition for area. I know it kind of biases me towards wanting to see more area solutions, and like a decent amount of this tournament has been area focused. Mostly because I felt that area is probably it's like the one. I felt like it's the one category that is really good at kind of distinguishing like really top players from upcoming players, figuring out a good layout for area and doing secondary and tertiary optimization for it is really cool, and I just really like seeing area solutions. Cycles is a second, but the issue with complicated cycles puzzles is they end up being kind of nasty. Yeah. As
Yeah,
Big
you
E
don't see
can.
the Lego puzzles that took a month to design, and you can't give those in a week-long format.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were very close. Matter Monkey has the slowest 15 area solution. Ah, it's another one of those width kind of like layouts.
And it's back to building one atom and storing it on the output.
Mm-hmm. Lots and lots and lots of juggling.
Yeah, the juggling will mean it takes a while.
And that is why this one is slow.
How slow is slow, though? We looped in 140, so this is going to be like 850?
Not quite. It is 804.
Okay.
Coming up next.
Hashtag not my layout.
Yeah, that's what we were giggling at. For those who are going to be watching this on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. And Hutobi says hi, Mom. Yep. You're up next, Hutobi. Very nice cycle count.
Is it 6-9 something?
Not quite. Yeah, so there's
It bothers
still...
me a little bit when they arrange the quicksilver input so that it isn't Z at the highest, because then it just kind of pops up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so this one still has a decent amount of juggling, but it's fine.
It is almost. It's never has more than 2 things on the screen. It's bonding whatever it's holding eventually.
Mm-hmm.
So it's saving a lot of time on juggling because it's holding bonded things more often. Oh, it's 666.
Ooh.
Spooky scary.
Yep. Coming up.
Five me.
12th place. Madmaster.
See, even though I know my secondary is far away, you've conditioned me now. Every number could be me next.
So here's the...
Talked.
Yeah, here's the fun thing. We actually jumped down well, not that many cycles, but it is a okay amount of cycles. This is sub 600, just barely. And let's watch all this high-level shuffling. Yeah.
Interesting. You can only drop single atoms on tiles where you have access, so you need to keep access points really in check with this sort of an approach to the puzzle.
Yeah, well, yours was relatively fast in the grand scheme of things, but a lot of people just ended up being a little bit faster. In fact, we have a lot of solutions between 600 and 500 cycles. We have a lot. And then it takes a nosedive.
Where are these numbers coming from? How did they think about it?
Yeah, yeah, I look at the leaderboards and I'm like, what the heck is going on?
This is what you get when you give us an easy puzzle. The people who really try hard make those low numbers.
Yeah, so this is 599. All right. So, remember how I said this was 12th place?
Uh-huh.
Remember how I said there were 2 tiebreakers?
Uh-huh.
We have 2 10th places.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
The top 10 contains 11 people this time.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people in 10th place, in top 10, quote. Yeah, the other one was a primary and secondary tie, but a tertiary tiebreaker. We'll get to that. Are they the same? Exactly, yes. The 2 people who are in 10th place are Nurture and Flamehaze. They have exactly 15 area, 580 cycles, and 11 to 10, 110 gold.
The question, though, of are they the same exactly is, are they the same programming?
No, they're not.
Ooh, yes.
Which is even more interesting. Nuchar has 145 instructions, but Flamehaze has 154. But because instructions is not a tiebreaker, they are exactly equal in all other respects. Nuchar is up next because his name starts with a later letter of the alphabet.
That's the true tiebreaker. Biggie has an advantage.
Yeah. In the event of a exact tiebreak, what happens is both players get the better placement score.
So instead of one of them getting skill points for 10th place and the other getting skill points for 11th place, They both get skill points for 10th.
Yes. This is actually
10.5. But
yes.
10th is nicer.
It's a departure from the earlier tournament rules where the placement scores were shared equally between all tied participants.
Oh, splitting them.
Yes.
I like to rotate onto output. It's not something I ever thought of because I never had a layout that would support it. But it's using only covered area, but it is a rotate at length 2.
Yeah, so Arm 2 here has a lot of idle time. We'll see if Flame Haze actually has the same layout or not, just in a sec. No, we don't. Interesting.
Well, it's a mirror of it, though, isn't it?
Well, it might be.
This is the same algorithm. Just ARM 2 is doing a little bit more of the work.
Yeah, because it's doing a little bit more work and some other things that I don't know what exactly is happening, Flame Haze has 9 more instructions, and I have no idea where those 9 instructions are from. If I rotate it, is it? Let me take a look here. Flame Haze and New Char. Ah, there's a equilibrium glyph, but yes, they are otherwise the same layout.
Mm-hmm.
They are the same layout. Okay, let me rotate this back. Yeah, so I don't actually know where the 9 extra instructions come from. I don't really have the effort to step through each of the...
Exact same algorithm, though, even down to like lining up copper, iron, and tin on those 3 tiles.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have the effort to step through the instructions to figure out where exactly those 9 extra instructions are from, but
my guess is Flame Haze is doing some extra regrabs on like lead or something.
I would guess so too. But if it was just simply reversible, then you would only get an even number of instruction difference. There's at least one that isn't grab, drop, or turn, or up, down, like extend, retract. So like there's at least one like that's like an extra pivot or something.
Or an empty drop they just didn't notice.
Maybe.
Regardless, we have a tie.
Yeah. So congratulations, both Flame Haze and New Char for obtaining 10th place. 9th place. Ah, right. It's about time for you guys to place your bets onto who are top 3.
You only say that when we're about to say someone who's supposedly a high scorer. You just spoiled it up that.
I mean, the general rule is it's around 10th place that I say you gotta start placing your bets for who gets top 10.
Gotcha.
I gotta remember how many cycles I did.
I think mine's still safe. You said that there were a lot in the 500s, so I'm safe for a while.
Guzumi is next. 9th place. Congratulations, Guzumi. Same layout. Or a mirror? Maybe. But effectively the same.
It's got the same conceptual layout, but I think the bonder and projector are... No, it's the same. It's the same. I'm just silly.
looks slightly different. I think it might be rotated a little bit. And I think that it might be a little bit mirrored. I think. Not entirely sure.
If you rotate it 180 degrees, it's a mirrored layout.
Okay. Yeah, it does have a different strategy because the output is chiral. Well, compared to the previous solutions, this saves 24 cycles. So this is at 556. Congratulations, Kuzumi, on 9th place. All right. 8th place. Jin Yu.
Ooh.
Do I?
Suggesting that Jin, you missed an algorithmic idea.
Yep.
Well, it's still doing smart things.
There's some very interesting. I believe I saw this idea in one of your solutions, Biggie Mac. One of your preliminary solutions that you were. Yeah, where you did this thing where you like pulled an unbound atom all the way around the thing while the other piston was holding onto it and rotating.
A lot of spinning.
Yeah, I found that really cool.
For a while.
Sorry?
Mine was the rotary phone for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's really cool to have that kind of action. And the other thing that is interesting is lead is not bonded until the very end, and it's done in a way where one piston pivots on the quicksilver, and the other one grabs the lead and pushes it onto the bonder.
Another cool thing is the silver action. When he creates silver, he rotates it across the quicksilver to bond it on the next cycle.
Yeah.
Oh, right there. Yeah. That is really cool.
You just dropped it. Yeah.
$545 cycles, 120 gold cost. Coming up next, Brother Mojo.
Brother Mojo's been saying that they only found a single way of doing. So their solution title is AGC. So this is a gold. They thought that the tiebreaker for cycles was gold for area, but that there wasn't anything they could do otherwise because they couldn't add tracks to this layout. It won't make any help. So they have the exact same 110 layout that we've seen the tie on, and we've seen a few others. I think it's interesting that this layout has been so popular so far because I've never thought of it. This is not in my closest to anyone that has been seen so far was looking sort of like Jin Yu's at one point.
Hey, remember what I said for Jin Yu cycles?
I don't. Are we off by one?
545.
The gold battered.
Jin Yu and Brother Mojo were both at 545 cycles. Brother Mojo was 10 gold cheaper.
Excellent work.
Oh wow, actually, the thought of the person who thought the tiebreaker was gold won because the tiebreaker that mattered was gold.
Excellent work. Oh,
Poetic magic. Hashtag scripted.
Mr. Puzzle.
I was wondering, because I remembered it was 540, I believe. And there can't be that many between. I am happy to say I don't think this layout has been seen yet.
Ooh, 2 arms on a triangle track.
Indeed, that is interesting.
A lot of juggling.
Yeah,
access points when the 2 arms are in the same place effectively. But there's enough for a rotary phone.
Yeah, I was gonna say congratulations, Jin Yu, on 8th place. I think 10, 9, 8, yes. And then congratulations, Brother Mojo, on 7th place. That means Mr. Puzzle, congratulations on 6th place.
You're going to do better on area than on cough? This hurts. I did not think that would be the outcome of this week. I was so much time spent on the cost optimization on the 5 to 36, and it's just still amazing to me that 1215 down to 880 was no placements, and I did like 3 days of design to get that to happen.
I'm really glad I spent some time optimizing my gold, though, because I think I was around 900 initially.
Ooh.
Me.
So.
Well, Mr. Puzzle, congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
6th place. 5th place.
When does this nosedive we were talking about happen?
5th place is Goodbye Galaxy.
Sorcery Speed. I like that name.
This is an interesting layout. This is new.
Yeah.
It looks reminiscent of, so at least in my end, I consulted the stabilized water area record in designing my solution. And it has 1 arm off axis like this. So this is a pretty similar layout to stabilized water.
Who is still left? Mr. Puzzle placed 6th place. Yeah.
I like not a lot of juggling here. You place the single atoms off to the side, you don't have to shuffle them around a lot. And there's not a lot of wasted spinning when bonding.
Yeah, that definitely increases the speed of this solution. But only by 8 cycles compared to yours.
Oh. What? Wait. 8 is not divisible by 6.
Latency timing?
It's probably 1 cycle every tape loop plus a latency savings of 2. All right. Here's the first nosedive.
532 down to how low? Don't say it. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't me.
Piggy Mac.
532 to 397?
From 532 to 460. Wait.
I gave you a 397.
Do you have a 397?
I gave you a 397.
Well, that actually wouldn't have mattered.
Okay, well, that's what I heard about that.
460 to 397 doesn't matter. Excuse me?
Let me find your updated solution. Where's your? You showed me the GIF of a 397. Did you?
I send so many things, I have to find it.
70 cycles doesn't change placement. Holy crap.
Yeah, it takes a nosedive.
Yeah, my issue. Okay, I never sent you the solution file. I could have sworn I did. That's my issue. I just never sent you a 397 solution file. Is it valid to send it now?
Spinny rotary phone stuff, 460. I said received then you said under 400, and then you never sent me the file.
Is it valid to send the 397? But it doesn't change it.
You can send it to me. I will put it in Showcase. But because it doesn't affect your actual placement score, I don't think there's really a point in updating it. Fun fact, it would not have mattered if you went from 460 to 397. It takes a nosedive.
Oh yeah, I was wondering if it changed other points, but no, it's because it's not area, it's the secondary.
Yeah, the difference in my 397 was that I did something nasty with the gold. I did all of the wheels and then all of the gold, and I added a track between arm 1 and 2 so that arm 2 could help out in one awkward way. So there were a couple things missed here.
Yep, I see where the savings are. You do gold and silver without needing to shuffle stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's sad not to see the trickery that I pulled in 397 on the stream. But the fact that it doesn't matter is also mind-blowing. I'm at the top of two different chasms. Or bottom, depending on which direction you count.
Yeah, so this is 460. If you send me your 397 solution, I can showcase it right now, actually.
I'm going to change the name so that I can see it in the list.
Yeah, I know that Biggie Mac had a working 397 because he sent me GIFs of it. He just never actually sent me the actual solution file. Because of that, unfortunately, I can't actually, like... I know I can confirm that he has it, but...
I don't want to set a precedent. It's
yeah,
fine.
Exactly. And also, it doesn't actually change his placement score, despite the big improvement.
It's so fun to see when small and large amounts of savings do or don't matter. Like, if you had saved just 2 area, it would have changed the placements.
Yeah, like
Stuff
I'm
like
always
that.
imagining I'm in one of the positions like Brother Mojo and Jin Yu, where it's I think that was him, like the tiniest piece mattered a lot, and then so I'm doing those tiny tweaks, and I learned that I've gotten from one side of a chasm to the other with no change in outcome. Did you receive the missing solution?
Yep. Cool. Let me start streaming on Discord again, because I need to remind myself to do that every time I relaunch Opus Magnum. Here you go.
Thank you.
I did more than I was realizing when I was watching that 460. I'm like, there's more that I've missed.
Oof. Yeah. So this is 6T then.
This is a gold start. This is a really weird gold start.
Oh yeah, because you're just getting rid of those right away.
Build 6 gold because resetting
was...
from gold to gold is more convenient than from gold to wheel.
Oh, do it again. Oh yeah, that's really cool. Spinning on the iron instead of the quicksilver.
Yeah, so for the record, this is Biggie Mac's improved ACG solution that runs in 397 cycles instead of 460. But it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. But because of me not wanting to set a precedent, or Biggie not wanting to... Yeah, the spreadsheet will still say 460.
Fun fact, I finished off this 397 while sitting on my car using my phone as a Wi-Fi hotspot waiting for a doctor's appointment. I think I didn't upload the file because I thought that was too much work and I would do it later, and I forgot to do it later.
Oof.
Alright, want to guess the next cycles?
395.
I wanted to know parts.
Sorry, Biggie Mac, what did you say?
I said 340.
Ah. Well, it is between those two numbers, and it is going to be Pentabig.
Oh,
And
nice.
it is 358.
Oh.
Same
Well, that's my
layout.
physics.
So Biggie would have needed to save another 40. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, Biggie
Jesus.
would have had to save another. Yeah, the chasm, if Biggie Mac was not in the middle of it, was from 532 to 358.
It's 100 and no, 100 and
Like 80 almost.
uh,
Biggie
holy crap.
Mac's 460 solution breaks the fall to 70 and then another 100. If it was 397, the fall is 135 and then like 40.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
And it's gonna go even faster.
Yeah. Do you want to guess what the next jump down is?
Fuck
320.
it. 240. Who hell if I know. What?
Biggie Mac, you're actually incredibly close. It's
Yeah, I know Jojo's score, which is
327.
So Rolomni and Jojo are left, and if this is Jojo, then Rolomni wins twice. This is a 20-point week.
Yes. Rolomni is the first player, and I'm going to guess probably the only player in this entire tournament who is going to score first place in both metrics.
Wow.
This is a layout that we have not seen for a while.
It differs from the one I used only by the swapping the two golds, basically. Oh, wow. Doing the gold while holding the output away just because there's enough room for it. That's some thinkenings.
Could you tab when you do when it starts creating that first gold?
Oh, well, okay. Here. That's around no.
Getting close.
It's around here.
Yep. Okay. Grab. Drop. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. The drop there prevents projection and then moving to crash.
Right.
Okay, that's brilliant. I didn't understand it until I saw it tab 2, so thank you. I think this solution should be hard to beat, so let's see what Rolomni did.
327. Unfortunately, Rolomni was not able to break 300.
Sub
Wait.
300
301?
would have blown my mind.
Nah.
300.
Rolomni is at 306.
It's Rolomni's world and we're just playing games in it. Wait, it's literally doing the rotary phone style. How is this?
Less regrabs.
Let's tab through this.
Oh wait, subsequent outputs are being made differently.
Ooh.
The first output is made differently than the remaining ones.
Let me take a look here. Yes, this is 535 instructions and 306 cycles. Therefore, this is a 6T solution. All right, let's take a look here.
Like, this is the exact same layout as I used. And it's doing at least a couple of things identical to mine. But it found another nearly 100 cycles.
Do this.
Ooh.
Swap.
So it was making the gold right there, while it was making the gold while it was, while the other arm was getting set up for the next wheel. Like that.
Boom. Yeah. So.
But this is...
Start from the beginning again.
Okay.
Right. So it's going to be this first wheel's made this way. The remaining wheels are going to be made the second way, and then there's some time taken to reset after 6 output sets have been done.
Yeah, the way that the first tin quicksilver thing, the way that that's being made is different for the first output than this current output, and I'm not sure if it changes again for future outputs.
My guess is this method is the optimal method if you're already in the middle of a solution and you're looping, but it's special cased first case to save it from cycles.
Yeah, I think that's what it is as well. Yeah, I think this is the same. Okay, so this is going to be the last 2 outputs. Oh! Oh! So the very last gold output is special cased. Okay. Interesting. Well. Congratulations, Rolomni, for a very well earned, very well deserved first place. And yeah. Okay, yeah. 2 to 5 are the same. Last gold is again a bit faster. Yeah, 306. 306. Yeah, Rolomni also sent me, like, his first solution was 472, and then he sent me 419, and then after that was 316. The 316 actually is a looping solution at 85 instructions.
Yep.
So to get from 316 down to 306 was unrolling the whole loop and then special casing some things. In the end, that wouldn't actually have mattered. Jojo had 81 instructions and 327, and the 316 was already better than this, but yeah. Rolomni, big congratulations to you for being our first double metric winner. And I guess it's time for me to do showcase solutions real quick.
Showcase. Congratulations, Rolomni.
Showcase
Fantastic.
and standings update. Because Rolomni likely passed me, I maybe passed Jinyu, and Pentapig maybe fell, and so now it's like 4 people, all of whom might be in first.
Oh, I remember watching this solution by myself. I don't know if anyone else has seen this.
My 0 throughput. It takes a while. Basically, you get to watch the wheels get made, and then it settles into the steady state.
Yeah, so arm 1 and arm 2.
Arms 1, 2, and oh, there we go.
Whoops,
7 finally.
here you go. So this is what
There you
happens at steady state. It
Ta-da!
makes 6 wheels, and then it does nothing. Or, it makes only gold. So therefore, this is not making actual output sets, and therefore it is a 0 throughput solution. Congratulations.
It's a loop and solve that has perfect multiples of 100 on all metrics.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Actually,
that too.
This could have been faster, but multiples of 100. So Ravari's swiping some money before he runs away with his 6 wheels.
If this is unrolled, is this illegal? Well, if this is unrolled, is this legal?
No, it's not unrolled. This is a proper solution. Look on the instruction tape for where the instructions of 1 and 2 are.
1 and 2.
Yeah, so you'll just scroll.
Yeah, it's just placed all the way over here. Yeah. So essentially what is going on is arms 1 and 2 don't do anything. This is Mr. Puzzles. Arms 1 and 2 don't do anything until the first 6 wheels are made, and then when that happens, the only thing that ever gets made is gold because of some special casing here with conditional logic. Yes, this is a illegal solution, which is why it is showcase. Yeah.
The trick is that 7 swipes the quicksilver before 8 can.
Ah. Mm-hmm.
So the quicksilver that's getting deleted would normally be making wheels.
Yeah, you've got this lead here, which would be used to help make what is it called? Wheels, but it is instead just not doing anything. Why is it illegal? Because this does not make any more output sets than the 6 wheels at the beginning. The rule for throughput is your machine has to work identically after setup. Well, I guess technically this is working identically after setup. It's just a very long setup.
This is steady. The problem is that that wheels are made only during setup.
Yeah,
that's why it's 0 throughput.
Exactly. It's technically 0 throughput. It completes and can make it can make the correct metadata to be parsed. And well, the problem is you have literally 0 throughput. So.
Yep. This is worse than Steven's throughput solution.
Yeah, you have gotten absolutely 0 metric points and
I did it.
Very few placement points.
See, it's confusing. You have to minimize your metrics to maximize your score. You just flip the 2. Oops.
That is the one showcase solution. We looked at.
Yeah, we had disposal.
Oh, sorry. We have this. I don't know why that one is empty. Did we actually have disposal this whole time? Yes, but why? Well, primarily it was used for throughput solutions that wanted to trash some setup atoms.
Yeah, without accumulating area.
Yeah. If you're curious of what that looks like, you can take a look at 2020 Week 2's Amalgamated Gold Ring.
Your copper swapper definitely made use of it.
Yeah, my solution for that, which is called the copper swapper, it's like 2 hours in, but you can probably timestamp it somewhere. It uses the disposal glyph to delete some extra quicksilvers when the latency doesn't match up. Yeah. Shadow cluster. I think we saw this one already. This is Shadow Cluster's area. Shadow Cluster's area cycles would have gotten him 5th place. He would have been in that massive gap between Goodbye Galaxy and Biggie Mac. This is 499.
So the fastest of the people to use this algorithm where you store things. But anyone who realized you didn't have to store things was able to get a lot faster, and I was just the least a lot faster of them.
Throughput just feels like it should be max efficiency. Yes. The trick to using disposal glyphs in maximum throughput is that you only throw away a a set number of atoms. You never throw away more than that. So after setup, it never gets used.
I guess an example where you would want to have the disposal glyph would be if someone made a throughput puzzle but like accidentally oversaturated quicksilver, so then yes, the optimal throughput is just project everything, and I have extra quicksilver, trash it.
No, you're supposed to build a second pipeline, and then you're supposed to build a third pipeline that is the odd one out of your odd one out pipeline, and get like 700 something per 5,280 cycles. That is the sensible thing to do, and sensible people did that.
Clearly.
Alright, I'm going to go and save... Actually, I'm going to go and get rid of all these colors that I used for verification. Oh, and of course, Steven is off. Okay. Background color, no fill. File, save as. Full results, week 6 ACG. Use text CSV format. Close. File, save as. Full results. Week 6 COFT. I need to go and undo all this, all the colors. Actually, I'm gonna save as CSV first. Yeah, so people who did not actually submit a throughput solution have a placeholder 1E-6 throughput, which means their metric score is tiny. I think I'm gonna keep it like that. Qtobi has a unfinished, Qtobi only sent me a area solve, and username void only sent me a area solve. Chickens in the... No, Topo Mouse got a once every 19, which means I need to go and redo this, and Tweedledee's was kind of unparsable, / we need to take a look at it again, but no matter what, I think Tweedledee's metric score would change by a minuscule amount. I'll be doing... Yeah, I'm gonna go and quickly just write this down on Discord. People with scores that I might have to change in the future. Qtobi, user name void. And Topo Mouse, unparsed, and Tweedledee, hard to verify. Actually, I need to go and re-parse this because I did fix Topomouse's thing.
I'm gonna hop off for voice, and my dog really asks to go outside, and I've been putting her needs second for 4 whole hours, the poor thing.
Yeah, go do that, actually. Thank you very much for coming on the stream and helping commentate, and, yeah.
This has been a blast, and I can't wait to see what the numbers are at the end for the overall rankings, because it's tightened up in the top 4 for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And with upsets. It's been what a weird week.
Congrats to everyone. This was a really cool puzzle. See ya.
Bye. Let's see here. Panic, Jinyu, Specht. 19. Topomouse. Alright, his score is now properly calculated. Alrighty. File, save as. Full results. What was Penta's cost for throughput? It was 540 gold, but he only managed to get 1 every 8 throughput. Full results, full results. Condensed results. Condensed results. All right. It is time to upload these files to week 6 folder. Solutions are being uploaded. Verification is being uploaded. Full results. Week 6 throughput plan. I don't know who sent me that, but temp solutions, old solutions. I feel like I'm missing something. I can't tell what. Oh, right. The Biggie Max solution with 397. Week 6, but published. Alrighty. So everything should be on the Google Drive now. I will now start to open up condensed results. Actually, I think I can just, yeah, sorry, not condensed results. Wait, what did I upload? Oh, I did upload condensed results, okay. Okay, it's just, sorry, I opened up the wrong folder. It's score results. Here we go. Okay. Current standings. It is time to insert column. Week 6, coughed. Week 6, ACG. Week 6, coughed. Sort. Where is sort? Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to copy and paste. All right. Bambi. Biggie Mac. Brother Mojo. Canna David. Insert row. I will fix the formatting later. Chickens in the attic. Communist Mountain. Flame Haze. Goodbye Galaxy. Kuzumi. Hutobi. Jinyu. Jojo, Kupioala, Mad Master, Matter Monkey, Monster Racer, M. Pete, Mr. Puzzle, Nuture, OMG It's Abyss, Andrich K, Panic, Pentapig, Rolomni, Specht 98, Steven, Topo Mouse, Tweedledee username void voidify. Okay, week 6 ACG. Trying to figure out how to put the lines on this cell. Well, okay. Let's get this sorted first. Alrighty. Very, very interesting developments. So, first place is still Pentapig at 110 points and 2,000th of a point. Second place is still Jin Yu at 109.56 points. Third place is Biggie Mac at 109.544 points. So literally 0.016 points away from Jin Yu.
It's getting really close up there.
Oh yeah, Rolomny is also closing the gap at 108.475. So they're about 1.5 points away.
Because it's starting from first place. It's basically 0.5, 0.0, and then 1.
Let me format these numbers correctly, and then bold Rolomny's double place win, or double metric win. Yeah, and then we have you, actually, Mr. Puzzle.
Like a 9-point gap ahead of me and a 5-point gap behind me.
Yep.
I have a feeling I've got 5th place on lock.
Yeah, Brother Mojo is tailing at 94 points in 6th place. Goodbye Galaxy is in 7th at 93.3 points, or almost. Matter Monkey is next at 91.0. Neuter, 9th place at 90.2. And 10th place is Jojo at 89.9. Yeah, after 10th place, there's another jump down from 89.9 to 81.35-ish. And that would be Tweedledee. It's interesting. It's like several of these players appear in blocks. Because after 89.9, there's 81, 80.6, 80.4, and then it jumps down another to 73-ish.
Yeah. It's like 109, 93, 90, 80, 72, 68 seem to be, where clusters of players are appearing.
Create a better spreadsheet, but my spreadsheets... Yeah, there were a few people who did not score very high at all. I'm actually going to go and fill the color with something a little bit different because it was Hutobi, username void. I think those were the two that did not send me coughed solutions, therefore their point placements there are a little bit weird. That actually might influence their standings just a little bit, because Hutobi, if he didn't actually have the 0.167 score, would actually drop him below Communist Mountain. Yeah, but that's why I'm saying those might be changed. It's because I think I will be looking at the actual throughputs of those area solves to get them an accurate number, and based on that I will be giving them a proper COFT score. Alright, this stream has gone on for far too long.
Maybe for another 30 seconds.
It is 4 hours and 21 minutes on my Twitch studio timer.
Oh.
Unfortunate, yeah.
On my stream, it has yet to hit 420.
Yeah. thank you very much for coming to this last of a show. It is incredibly long, feature-length film, really. Mr. Puzzle,
Yes,
thank you so much for coming on to commentate this.
you're welcome. I can be here next week again.
I will be counting on you. All right. Week 7. Week 7 is out already. Please check the folder if you have not seen it. It is due March 16th at midnight UTC, which can be a day earlier. Oh, and one more thing. For players in the US, daylight savings time is March 14th. So be careful, because it is spring forward. So it does mean that midnight UTC will occur at 8 p.m. But just so that everyone is aware, except for some weird places. Arizona doesn't follow daylight savings, and some other, some Indian reservations don't, and etc.
And it might occur in non-U.S. places too. But just be aware.
Yeah.
Daylight savings time is between right now and the next deadline.
Well, for Europe, for most of Europe, it is 2 weeks from March 14th. I believe some places also do very early April. But yeah, just be careful, be warned. The deadline is always going to be midnight UTC. UTC does not change according to daylight savings, but your local time may change. Just so everyone is aware. How many puzzles are left will be week 7 is due midnight UTC the 16th. Week 8, which is next week. Week 8 will be due a week from then, so that would be March 23rd. Week 9, the final computation puzzle, will be due April the 6th. It will be a 2-week puzzle, because it is the final week and it will be difficult. It will also be worth 20 points. It is not going to be worth more points than previous weeks, which was the case in 2019. But in 2020 and this year, 2021, it will be worth the same points as the previous weeks.
Yep. Worth the normal amount of points.
Yes, I will also be doing something similar to last year's, which is there will only be one metric worth 10 points. The other 10 points are free if you submit a solution. It is a sandbox puzzle, and sandbox puzzles are notorious for being difficult to judge / sometimes even complete, and that is my plan. It is you get a free 10 points if you submit a working solution.
Yep.
All right.
To see what a computational puzzle is like, please review the metal calculus puzzle and the wheel inversion puzzles from the 2020 and 2019 years or tournaments respectively.
Yes. Please do that.
I believe Biggie has a video showcasing the solutions for metal calculus, so that'll be good to see too.
Yeah. The general gist of it is the general gist is you do a lot of conditional logic because Opus Magnum does not have conditional instruction loops or instruction tapes that make your arms do different things. So instead, you have to kind of code that in yourself with grab drops on atoms that may or may not be there, bonds between atoms that may or may not be there. In special cases, you can do conditional bonds if a atom is a fire atom. There's other weird things like conditional projection into gold or not. Like if you're holding onto a metal atom that is gold, then it will not use a quicksilver projection, and vice versa. If it isn't a gold, it will use it. Comparing two metals to be the same can be done using the purification glyph, except for gold, of course. Gold really is useless, isn't it? Anyway.
And you can do arbitrary cardinal element comparison using the glyphs of quintessence.
Ah, yes, that too. Yeah, so the quintessence glyphs can be used to detect some, like, you can use it to detect cardinal elements. Yeah.
Right.
All right. Anyway, thank you all for watching. If you are a VOD watcher, this feels so cheesy to say, but like, feel free to comment. I'll try to reply. I also need to post the videos more to like Reddit or something to get more views, I guess, but I'm not a professional YouTuber.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah, no, I mean, I highly doubt the algorithm likes to pick up something this niche, but who knows? Alright. See everybody next week.
See you guys next week.